Good afternoon, and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Board Meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube website. All right, let's start with our land acknowledgement. I have Celine. So, Beth, would you care to do our land acknowledgement?
Happy to. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community in these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Collier, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. All right, let's dive into our work of the evening. The board this evening will be considering candidates to fill the provisional vacancy on the board of the Elk Grove Unified School District. We appreciate the interest that has been expressed in joining our board, and we are excited about the opportunity to make this important decision. For the benefit of those of you who are viewing this meeting, please allow me to review the process that we will follow. Under the California Education Code, the school board has 60 days from when a vacancy is created on the board to fill that vacancy. Tonight, we consider making a provisional appointment within this 60-day time frame. The appointment is made based on a majority vote of the school board. This appointment will become effective immediately. The term of the person appointed to the board depends on the term of the person who vacated the board position. In this case, the term of the former board member, Gina Jamerson, was set to end in late 2026. Therefore, the person selected for this provisional board vacancy will hold office until the next regularly scheduled election for district board members, which will be November 2026. During the 2026 election, a person will be elected to fill the 4-year term of the office for Trustee Area 4. The California Education Code recognizes the appointment as a provisional appointment that can be challenged if a sufficient number of individuals submit a petition calling for an election. Because of the cost of a special election, we hope that such an election will not be necessary. The Sacramento County Registrar's Office has estimated that a special election will cost the district approximately $330,000. The 7 candidates being interviewed were selected by the board subcommittee after review of the applications received in the superintendent's office. All applicants met eligibility requirements and are being interviewed. The initial order of the candidates has been determined using a randomized selection process. Each candidate will be asked 4 questions with a time limit of 5 minutes per question and a closing statement. Public comments will be heard after all candidates have completed their interviews. After public comment, each board member will be given an opportunity to identify candidates that stood out to them and explain their reasons. Board members may also use this time to explain the considerations and the qualities they are looking for in a future board member. No motions will be taken during this time. Once every board member has had an opportunity to speak, board members will be asked to identify their top 3 candidates. A ranking sheet has been provided to each board member to assist them with identifying these 3 candidates. Once every board member has identified their top 3 candidates, the board will engage in an open-ended discussion, during which time the board president will accept motions and votes may be taken until such time as one candidate receives 4 votes in favor of their appointment. Once any motion receives 4 votes in favor, the discussion ends and that candidate will be sworn in as the new trustee for Area 4. Again, we want to thank all of the candidates for their interest in serving on the board of the Elk Grove Unified School District. Our decision tonight will be a hard one. Regardless of what we decide, we hope that this process will encourage all of the participants and anyone else in the audience or following this process to consider running for the school board in the future. All right, so I think that means we are about ready to start. We okay?
So we do have a couple minutes. I do want to say just if the board hasn't used one of the ranking sheets before, just as an idea how this could be helpful for you. So as a general rule, what you'll do is when the first person interviews, their name will go in the first box. And then after the second person interviews, whichever one you think was ahead of the other, you would put their name first, and then the second candidate second after the third one. So in the end, you'll have your candidates in the order. And then, so just a helpful kind of tracking sheet for you. Not required to be used, but sometimes it just helps when you're listening to a number of interviews. That's your call. If you want to start right at 4:15 so that the time, but that's, you're the president. You get to make that decision.
All right. So we have about 5 minutes. Mr. Geigel, I see you're here. So if you want to collect your thoughts, we will prepare ourselves if anybody has any questions. And then we will start the interview promptly at 4:15. All right, so a brief explanation of what we're going to be doing here. So this interview should take about 25 minutes. We have 5 questions to ask you. Well, 4 questions plus an opportunity for a closing statement. Each question, you'll have 5 minutes to answer the question. My timekeeper right here. You should have the time in front of you. There's also a clock in various places if you need it. And I think that's about it. Turns yellow when it's 1 minute, so you'll have some heads up. But all right, so I'm going to hand it off to our first question asker, Ms. Davis.
An effective board member requires both public meeting attendance, attendance at school events, site visits, and hours of preparation. What do you feel are the elements of a high-functioning school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board?
Well, first, good evening, Board President Vargas, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman. Thank you so much for inviting me to interview this evening for Elk Grove Unified School District Trustee Area 4. I'm Dr. Bryce Geigel, and I'm excited to share more about my background, my values, and how I would approach becoming a Elk Grove Unified School Board of Trustee. With this first question, an effective school board is built on trust, collaboration, and a shared commitment to student success. The part that energizes me the most about becoming a board member is attending school events and visiting school sites, where I can celebrate the hard work of our students, educators, and staff. These experiences provide valuable insights into the district's strength and areas of growth, ensuring board decisions are informed by real experiences and community needs. I am fully dedicated to the time commitments required to serve effectively on the EGUSD board. I have the unwavering support of my family, my wife Lisa, who is also a school principal, Harper, our second grader, Beckett, our kindergartner, and Fitzgerald, our TK next school year. And yes, they're all named after authors because their parents were English teachers. As well as the encouragement and support of my superintendent and district leaders where I'm currently employed. This backing allows me to prioritize board responsibilities while maintaining my deep commitment to public education. A high-functioning board operates on the laurels of professionalism, integrity, and transparency, as outlined in our EGUSD Governance Handbook. Some of the key elements of effective governance includes operating openly with trust and integrity, while transparency builds public confidence and strengthens community engagement. We all hold a collective responsibility where our board must function as a united governance team while upholding agreed-upon norms and protocols. Respecting diverse perspectives, recognizing differences among board members, staff, and the broader community, promoting inclusive decision-making. Understanding the role between the board and staff, respecting that distinction between governance, management, ensuring the superintendent and his staff can effectively execute their responsibilities. I added this one, where we have a commitment to effective communication where there are no surprises. There's no surprises between board members and the superintendent, and likewise. To contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board, I will prioritize being a listening leader. Actively engaging with students, staff, and community members allows the board to make decisions that truly reflect the needs of who we serve. To achieve this, I see our board committing to hosting listening tours with students, providing students with a platform to share their experiences and concerns, ensures that policies are designed with their best interests in mind. Conducting empathy interviews with staff, engaging directly with educators and staff, especially in programs that may require some improvement, allows for more meaningful reciprocal dialogue and collaborative problem solving. And lastly, thinking of ways how we can participate in board agreed upon meeting structures like 2x2s with concerned staff or constituents providing an avenue for constructive discussions and resolution of issues in a respectful and solutions-oriented manner. Ultimately, my goal as a board member is to foster inclusive, collaborative, and transparent decision-making processes that upholds the values of EGUSD. By prioritizing open communication, respecting diverse perspectives, and staying committed to student success, I will work to ensure that the board remains cohesive and an effective governance team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For our next question, Ms. Albiani.
Please share your experience in leadership roles and any examples of working in education generally, the community or community service, or specifically within the Elk Grove Unified School District.
As a dedicated educator and Elk Grove resident, I bring a wealth of experience and commitment to supporting EGUSD's mission. Over my career, I've had the pleasure of serving in varied roles. I've served as school principal in 2 communities, director of curriculum, instructional coach, English teacher, substitute teacher, and a founding board member of a charter school. These various roles have honed my leadership, collaboration, and service unto others. My unique educational background, including a doctorate in education and a degree in business, equips me to approach complex challenges with both a practitioner's perspective and an academic insight on the operations of a learning organization. I have had the opportunity to work alongside amazing students, educators, and families who are dedicated to student outcomes. Some examples of my work that directly correlate to students' increased feeling of connection and belonging on campus are where we have fostered a school climate that have produced over 95 active clubs across our school. Establishing programs such as peer counseling as an added mental health resource while building student leadership efficacy. And in addition, is leading our school team through 3 major construction projects in our CTE building that supports robotics, agriculture, and transportation, our innovative STEM building with our science and math classes, and our aquatics center. All while increasing the A through G college readiness indicator with our graduates. As a board member, I understand my role will be to support Superintendent Hoffman and his staff to ensure students have an increased sense of belonging and achievement, as I would want for my own children. I am dedicated to supporting the success of EGUSD by ensuring our school board remains student-centered in our discussions and our decision-making. With my background in education and serving on site council at Stone Lake Elementary, go Hawks, each experience has provided me insight on addressing local needs while fostering community that enhances our schools. In addition, it truly has been a joy to serve as a youth soccer coach for Cosumnes CSD, where building relationships while teaching skills to young players has been at the forefront. These moments have strengthened my connection to Elk Grove and deepened my dedication to create opportunities for young people to thrive. In these roles, I understand the importance of a strong partnership between families, schools, and community to support student success and to ultimately create a thriving Elk Grove. While I have much to learn, I believe I can bring a holistic perspective to serve on the board, and I am eager to listen, partner, and contribute to EGUSD's continued success.
Thank you very much. For our third question, Ms. Ballerini.
Okay, Dr. Geigel, please explain your definition of the following as it pertains to your role on the Board of Education: transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability.
Great question. I would define educational equity closely to how the National Equity Project defines it, where each child receives what they need to develop to their full academic and social potential. It is important our district continues to pour into our students who are furthest from opportunity through relationships and equitable systems. In turn, I see students and families having equitable access to their education imperative. One example is supporting language justice programming for interpretation and translation services for the home language EGUSD serves. I'm reminded of my in-laws who are an integral part of our children's lives, where English is not their first language. And in my experience as a school leader, when we can align counselors and our staff who speak the same language of a student's home language, then we see increased connection to school, especially in the post-pandemic age where the mental health needs are at an all-time high among our youth. With this, I define inclusion by celebrating the diversity of our schools. The beauty of Elk Grove is our diverse community where we can embrace our differences and teach acceptance of all backgrounds, creeds, and identities. Some examples include supporting our students with IEPs as general education students first, standing in solidarity with our LGBTQIA+ community, lifting up and celebrating the voices of our historically marginalized Black and Brown communities, while acknowledging that being multilingual is a real-life superpower. As a father of 3 biracial children, it is important that as a board we take a clear, unequivocal stance against hate or any acts that would dehumanize another individual. We know these types of acts can harm our historically disenfranchised community members the most. As a board, it is also our imperative to ensure transparency where there are clear structures for collecting input and feedback to ensure that we are creating a shared EGUSD vision where the community can see themselves in the design of our schools. The LCAP is a tool which prioritizes transparency and input from educational partners in developing a collective responsibility, which outlines goals and strategies to support student growth and success. The LCAP allows the board to review data and trends that inform us on how to make decisions for improving our district. It's important that we hold feedback loops with our community to collect input while following through on the strategy set in the LCAP and clearly identify when a priority changes and explain why. As an acting school administrator, I have written LCAPs and SIPSAs, and I am personally invested in the district's success while understanding the diverse needs of our Elk Grove families.
Thank you very much. For our 4th question, Ms. Moore.
Can you please identify 3 issues facing the Elk Grove Unified School District and explain how you would work with the board to address one of the 3 issues?
Absolutely. And first off, I just want to recognize Elk Grove Unified boasts a lot of successes, as we know, such as a robust academic program, mental health services, and having dedicated, highly qualified educators, to name a few. And if you haven't already today, remember to thank a teacher. The 3 issues facing EGUSD from my perspective, as a prospective board member, would first be placing an emphasis on student safety, well-being, and attendance. Student and staff safety is always going to be paramount. EGUSD's attendance improvement program to collaborate with safe centers and counseling services, nurses to address barriers to student attendance and improvement engagement is great. And we know when students are feeling safe. We know when students feel safe, are connected to trusted adults and peers, and when they have the appropriate services that meet their needs is when their attendance begins to increase at school. Second, focusing on our 2024 through 2034 Facilities Master Plan and addressing the need for new schools, innovation, and expansions to meet changing enrollment and demographics. As you all know, Measure N, approved by voters in 2024, has been critical in supporting and improving our schools. Third, we will continue to focus on the implementation of the arts education roadmap through Prop 28 funding to expand elementary arts programming, ensuring equitable access to arts education in response to community interest. The one I'd like to dive a little bit deeper on is with our facilities modernization and expansion being an extensive focus for the next decade for our district. And I believe I can support in this area. With my recent experience leading our school team through the 3 major construction projects, I understand the importance of including the voices and insights of those who will be using this space for years to come. I would love to work with the board on ensuring transparency and accountability in the use of Measure N funds through the Citizens Oversight Committee, collaborating to guide facility planning and project execution throughout EGUSD's facility subcommittees, ensuring educational partners have a voice throughout the build process, leading to spaces that truly meet the needs of students and staff, being an advocate for environmentally responsible and cost-effective designs that support modern learning environments, and lastly, collaborating with district leadership to align facilities projects with the district's educational vision and long-term growth needs. By addressing these issues with a focus on collaboration, transparency, and community engagement, I am committed to supporting EGUSD's continued growth and excellence.
Thank you very much. And now, please take 5 minutes to give us a closing statement.
Member today, but I wanted to share a little bit about the why. My leadership story has been defined by these moments of perseverance throughout my life. From growing up in a broken home, being raised in a blue-collar family where my father was a truck driver and my mother a telephone operator, and being able to glean from their incredible work ethic, or the moment that I failed 10th grade English. Plot twist, I taught 10th grade English. Or maybe it was the moment of struggling with depression as a teen myself. Or the moment I heard the words from my guidance counselor who said college was just not in the cards for me. And yet, there have been many positive moments where educators shaped my life and who I have become today. Like the moment during my senior year of high school, a former history teacher saw me in a hallway and asked if I've applied to college yet. This was not only the first time a person associated my name with being college bound, but also provided me with the agency and self-determination to consider choices for a life that included a post-secondary education. From these moments, I became a first-generation college graduate and came back to serve as a high school English teacher at a charter school located a few blocks away from the home I grew up in. My goal as a board member is to ensure that our system is set up by design to support our students and not by chance like my journey was. And I carry that with great pride and responsibility in serving more students and families as a school administrator today. The potential of serving in a role in the district my children attend schools only fuels my commitment to serve the community that pours so much into them. As an EGUSD Board of Trustee for Area 4, I will have unyielding passion to ensure our district and our schools provide equitable support based on individual student needs. It would be a great honor to serve our Elk Grove community alongside you, and I thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, board members, it seems we've got about 10 minutes until our next interview, so please take that time to collect your thoughts. And if you have any questions, let me know. All right, I think we're ready for our next candidate. Ms. Tong? Welcome, and thank you very much for joining us. So just very briefly, how this is going to work is the board has 4 questions for you, 5 minutes each, and then we'll offer you an opportunity for a closing statement.
All right.
Right. I will pass it off to Ms. Davis for our first question.
An effective board member requires both public meeting attendance, attendance at school events, site visits, and hours of preparation. What do you feel are the elements of a high-functioning school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board?
Thank you for the question. I would like to first start off just thanking the board for giving me this opportunity, and superintendent, and for this very open, selection process. I myself are coming here really as a long-term resident of Elk Grove, specifically in District 4 area, and have 2 children who graduated from the Elk Grove School District area and now have all gone to colleges and master program, while I still have many nieces and nephews who are continuing going to school in the Elk Grove School District, which is the reason why some people ask, like, hey, you empty nester, why are you doing this? Because we have continued many children in our family who continues to benefit from the school, Elk Grove School District. That said, the specific question is about the fact that how do you prioritize time, given this is a great involvement of time in order to be effective in this role. I'll give you an example why, despite the challenges of everyday priority, especially you probably have seen from my application, I do have a fairly I'll call it engaged day job, serving on the governor's cabinet, running the operation for the state of California. But I still made a decision to run for this or be competing for the appointment of this particular position because I felt it's an important role to play as a parent, as a active member of the community, and as someone that have also gone through a public education system. So much so, when the application period was open, I was actually living in Los Angeles in response to the devastating wildfire. And 2 days before the application period was due, all I had access was a phone and ability to print. And I actually do not have ability to actually type up the application because I'm on the field. That's why, yes, my application is handwritten in this electronic age, and some might wonder. But if that's an indicator of why, how important it is when I dedicate my mind to do something, I will make time to deliver. I will make time. In this case, if I am lucky enough to be appointed to the board member, I will make time to visit the schools, talking to the staff, talking to the students, talking to the faculties, talking more to the parents who I have heard from many in my neighborhood are very, very invested in making sure that their children get to continue receive the best education possible in the Elk Grove School District. Those time invested is going to result into a better collaboration with the board, better collaboration with the district, better representation of the voice of the students, the parents that we're going to be representing. So I just want to use that as a small example on why time is challenging, but if you put your mind to it, you can make the right decision.
Thank you very much. All right, next questioner is Ms. Albiani.
Hi. Please share your experience in leadership roles and any examples of working in education generally, the community or community service, or specifically within the Elk Grove Unified School District.
I would start by saying that, from an education-specific experience, especially after listening to our first candidate, he definitely set the bar high. So I'm not an educator, firsthand, but I am definitely growing up, have grown up in the educator's family. Both of my parents were college professors when they were back in China. And when we immigrated to this country, how many years ago now? Nearly 40 years ago, they both also taught at the Sacramento City Unified District, which, throughout our entire bringing, we were surrounded by, many of the conversation related to education system, public education system itself. I myself, as I mentioned, it's a product of the local education system. That said, currently, in the role that I'm serving for the state of California, I am on the advisory board for California State University, specifically focusing many of their academic advancement focus on tech and innovation. I am also serving at the California North State University Board of Trustees, where the focus there is developing curriculum as well as various supporting ecosystem to make sure the university and the health education continue to thrive. In addition to that, back to a little bit about the community service, I always said my day job is, in the professional services as a public servant, but my real job is really a volunteer in the community, where I involve in multiple community organizations, including the youth sports leadership in Elk Grove, including the fact that I started a youth leadership program with a local Rebels basketball organization. And when my children were going through the Elk Grove systems, they were both in the music program, the video production program, the sports program, and all of that. The parent-teachers organization, the fundraiser event, we all have stand behind all of those concession stands. And lastly, in terms of further contribution to the city of Elk Grove, I've also served 2 years in the City Planning Commission between the time of 2016 to 2018.
Thank you very much. For our third question, Ms. Ballerini.
Push this button. There we go. Ms. Tong, please explain your definition of the following as it pertains to your role on the Board of Education: transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability.
I will start by speaking to my understanding of what each one of these means, and then I'll elaborate how I see myself, as a contributor in the Board of Education. Transparency to me is a necessity to earn the trust of what you do in supporting the people that you represent. And in order to really represent their voice, you have to do everything that you can to showcase and to be transparent and to demonstrate that what you do is outcome-driven, how the decision come along, what's the rationale behind it. Not every decision probably, is going to be the best decision at the moment, but if you take the time to explain and you take the time to communicate well and you take the time to meet with your constituents and represent the voice, that is an investment to the transparency side in order to build that level of trust. Inclusion, I think this is, at this day and age, given how diverse the Elk Grove school district is and the residents of Elk Grove, this is absolutely something that we have to practice every day, and probably I would say it should be part of our DNA. Respecting the different perspective, respecting the different experience, respecting the different approaches on how people solve problem, and respecting the different outcome, whether you agree or not agree, but creating an environment to allow people to feel safe to express their opinion, to feel safe that their opinions will be heard and respected is really, I believe is the DNA of a healthy community. And equity, in this case, is, equity opportunities for students, equity to our educator, equity to our staff who's making our school system, really robust and continue to thrive. And equity actually also goes to many of the parents who are very, very eager to make sure that they contribute to the growth of the Elk Grove district in a healthy manner, and providing those opportunities. If someone, cannot attend the meeting in person, we go to them. If folks need additional resources that they may not have access to, we take the extra effort to provide that. And really, speaking from more of a parent perspective, not the work that I do on a daily basis, and not as an educator itself, but as a parent, we believe having access, it's the best way to demonstrate to our students that equity is something that they could strive for as they are growing up in the environment supporting that. And lastly, accountability. Accountability accountability to me completes the full cycle as transparency. If a board member do not take accountability for their action, how would that board member earn the trust and respect for the people that they represent? Accountability in many cases, it may not be easy, because it may be in a tough position that you have to make a tough decision, and at the time you're like, wait a minute, am I making a decision? Or later on, it could be a very, a negative outcome. But do you go out and be accountable for that? That to me, it's very, very important, and to not only practice that, but continue to encourage your colleague in the board to have this type of operating principle. Transparency and accountability, I believe, is a necessity to make sure that this board receives the highest efficiency in operation, as well as receive the support from the community.
Thank you very much. For our fourth question, Ms. Moore.
Please identify 3 issues facing the Elk Grove Unified School District and explain how you would work with the board to address one of the 3 issues.
In looking at the various issues or topics, I should say, probably issues, topic is a better word than issue, that the board has addressed, I do have to give a lot of compliments for this board having a very open and dialogue in talking through the rationale, which is what I stated earlier, that the transparency and accountability of this, I do believe the board's already exercising that. The top 3 issues that, in my mind, as a parent, that are tracking for the school district are, 1, the facility upkeep, the expansion, that, and recently with the support of the Measure N, what is accountability and the implementation of that. Budget. That is something that I believe not only the school district, but probably any, public entity being funded by the taxpayer money are running to this challenge of how do you balance a budget, or how do you, giving a limited budget with a growing need, how do you balance the various needs and not put the district into a deficit? And of course, the foundation to all of that, and I do believe this is a very important topic for the board to continue to work closely with the district, is what is a positive supporting environment for the workforce. In this case, the workforce is, of course, the educator, all the staffs who are, keeping the grounds of the facility, keeping the grounds of the school, making sure the students are safe, all the support services, on top of the administrators every day having their hard job to making sure the school district is running at the most efficiency as possible. All of this together are providing a healthy and safe environment where our students can really be striving. And that, to me, the facility budget and the workforce development, it's something that I would be interested to work on if I'm, again, fortunate enough to be appointed to the board. In terms of one of those 3 issues, I would probably sink my teeth in even more. It's actually the budget side of it. And it's no different than the entire state of California operation that we have to run, even though we can say, hey, we already have a balanced budget, or we can foresee there is going to be a deficit coming in. Even in the time there is a surplus, continue to find efficiency from how we operate in order to drive other support or opening other programs or perhaps continue to innovate in order for the school to expand in the way without extra costs. That type of operational mindset and innovative mindset really needs to go into the consideration when you're talking about a tough budget year. And this is something I think perhaps with my background as administrator and needing to do this level of work for the state of California, I believe that it's a value I can bring forward to this board. Lastly, just to close on that, the school district itself doesn't operate on its own, right? If looking at the superintendents here, there's many states and local and, federal regulation you have to be dealing with. And many of those policy decisions would also impact a school's operations health or school's operations wellness. And having the ability to really interpret as well as, when needed, challenge some of these policy in order for the betterment to support our students and our teachers and our staff in the district is an experience that I would bring forward to this board. And I think that's why, to me, having a healthy budget is really a kernel to a healthy district, and that would be an area that I would be interested in work on.
Thank you very much. And now please take 5 minutes to give us a closing statement.
I would first to say that, again, especially after hearing our first candidate, Dr. Gilgo's interview, I'm really, really happy for the board with the caliber of candidates that you'll be seeing tonight. I know I'm the number 2. I've looked at everybody's application online. I think that speaks to how successful you all have been and the school district have been. That's why you can attract all these talent coming out and wanted to serve in this role. So for that, I do want to congratulate to you already. Personally, I probably aren't the most articulate when it comes to the best way to run a school board, but I can say I'm invested so much from a fact that from a parent's perspective, who are those that may not be the most articulate, but have the heart in the right place, because the parents are the ones that are advocating for their children who wanting that level of highest quality education. And as a someone that grew up English as a second language, as someone that grew up from a family that immigrated to this country with nothing in their hands, and it was someone that was able to, receive the benefits from public education. This is very personal to me, from a sense that if there's an opportunity for me to give back, I would love to have the opportunity to involve in that. I do not have, and I would not be right if I'm standing here telling you that, I know everything about what a school district is, I know how to be a board member. I would not be honest with that. But what I have is an interest to learn, an interest to grow with you, and continue to explore based on my experience that I have from my work and my other community involvement, how to incorporate that into the operation of the district, as mainly how to be a board member that represents the diverse voice in our community. So I want to thank you for the opportunity. As I said, I think you have many, many, many highly qualified candidates. And so regardless whether I get picked or not, I will continue to be a resource to you all and hopefully an active member in the community and especially District 4.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And to you and Mr. Geigel, I forgot to mention, we are going to be interviewing candidates from now until about 8 o'clock. So if you want to stick around, fantastic. If you need to take a dinner break, also fine. And then we'll have public comment. And after that, the board will make a decision. And we do anticipate making a decision tonight. So please do at some point come back.
To that. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, board members, we have about 11 minutes until our next interview. All right, I think we are ready for our next interview. So, Ms. Knox. Welcome. Thank you for coming. To give you a brief overview of what we're going to be doing, so this interview should take about 25 minutes. We have 5 questions, or 4 questions, and an opportunity for a closing statement. And each question you'll be given 5 minutes. So, Ms. Davis, take us away.
An effective board member requires both public meeting attendance, attendance at school events, site visits, and hours of preparation. What do you feel are the elements of a high-functioning school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board?
Thank you. So the first thing I think about is student-centered decision-making. So making sure that all of our decisions that are coming across our desks are that students are being considered first and foremost, and that as we're discussing different policies and different questions that come up, always keeping students centered first. The second thing is collaborative governance, making sure that we're all working together as a board alongside our superintendent to make sure that all voices are heard. It's also important that the community is a part of that collaborative governance because they have a huge part at the table because what their experience is different than the board and it's different than the superintendent. The other thing that I would add is transparency and communication. It's really important that, one, the community is trustworthy and they know that we're trustworthy. And so making sure that we're being honest and transparent about issues that are coming across our desk, sharing with them what we can share, as well as making sure that I'm building that transparency with you all. One thing for me is I'm new to something like a board, so this is very new, so I can't pretend to have all the answers. So being transparent about that, I think, is very important, and knowing what my shortcomings are, but knowing that I'm also eager to learn and contribute to the conversation is going to be important. How I would bring cohesiveness is making sure that we're having strong, clear dialogue with the community. I want to make sure that I'm being honest and clear and that they feel that they can be honest and clear with us. The other thing that I would bring is making sure that we're collaborating alongside them and the other thing that I would add is also making sure that the community's voice is incorporated in the conversation. So that would be how I would contribute to the cohesiveness of the board.
Thank you very much. Our next question, Ms. Albiani.
Hi. Please share your experience in leadership roles and any examples of working in education generally, the community or community service, or specifically within the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you. So my career started as someone coming into a nonprofit out of college. I went to the University of Nevada, Reno, and I studied educational leadership. After leaving the University of Nevada, Reno, I started nonprofit work at City of Refuge in Sacramento. It's actually in the Oak Park area. And in that role, I worked as the co-director of SHINE, which was a social-emotional learning program that we did with Title I schools in the area. We worked with at-risk, underserved female students specifically, and we talked with them about their identity and also those students that were having issues with just behavior and things like that. We found that SHINE was very beneficial to them to connect with other students in that type of format. Outside of that role, I moved to Director of Workforce Development. This role, I worked with Mayor Steinberg's 1,000 Strong program. And in that program, we worked with interns across the city of Sacramento, as well as employers. So I helped with internship placements. I did orientations, as well as did some parent engagement meetings. I did some home visits to make sure that students were supported and that they knew that I was going to be someone who would be more than just a career coach, but also mentor them. And then through that, I was the liaison between the student and the employer. So anytime a student had an issue at their employment, I would work with them to try to solve that issue. One example would be one of my students had transportation issues. She did not share that with the employer, so the employer was under the impression that she just was not motivated. And so I worked with the student to really understand what was going on, and then brought the employer into a meeting, and we were able to talk through that issue. And the employer was actually really understanding and was willing to work with the student so they could continue employment. So that's just an example of how I would work as a liaison between a student and the employer. The other role that I have is now, and that's with Educational Results Partnership. I work as Director of Outreach and Engagement. In that role, I serve as really a liaison between school districts and our data system. So for a while, we had the CalPass Plus data system. So we worked with districts on what their data insights were telling them, and then how they could use that for grant opportunities, and also find different pathways for improvement. In that, we shared best practices, so I'm very familiar with working with different districts throughout the state of California, and Elk Grove Unified School District is a part of that as well. Personally, a lot of the students that I interned at City of Refuge, I still mentor now. So some of those students now are graduating from college. They're finding, some bigger jobs. So one is going to be getting their master's in school psychology and actually going to get that covered through their job. So those are one of the great stories that I have, and I'm hoping that I can continue to mentor different students so that they can continue to have that person rooting for them, making sure that they can go all the way in their career.
Thank you very much. For our third question, Ms. Ballerini.
Okay, Ms. Knox, please explain your definition of the following as it pertains to your role on the Board of Education: transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability.
So transparency, as I stated before, it's really important that, one, we foster trust, and we do that within our board as well as the community. So it's important for me to be transparent about what I know and what I don't know. One thing that I did before this meeting was try to read up on all the board policies, and I couldn't do it. But I got kind of far in that, but I realized I wasn't going to be able to become a master of the board policies. So just understanding my limitations, I think, is really important. But that's something that I will be honest about throughout the process. Inclusion is really important because I believe that there are a lot of voices that are not at the table. So making sure that those historically underserved groups are at the table, whether that's students' needs, community needs, those need to be in the conversation as well. Equity is really important, goes right in line with inclusion. So making sure that we're prioritizing policies, prioritizing student voice, and making sure that those things are considered when we're talking about equity, because we know that everyone has a different need. So I don't want just to get stuck on focusing on one group of students, but making sure that we're thinking about the whole, because those are our students in Elk Grove Unified. Accountability is another important factor. I think that one thing that's important to me is ethics. So making sure that I'm adhering to board policy, making sure that I'm following communication protocols is important, and also just being accountable to each and every one of you. So how I represent myself outside of board meetings and the conversations that I have, I think it'll be really important to be accountable to each and every one of you, the community, and all of the students.
Thank you very much. And for our fourth question, Ms. Moore.
Please identify 3 issues facing the Elk Grove Unified School District and explain how you would work with the board to address one of the 3 issues.
Okay. So I noticed that there were some issues that came up around infrastructure and facilities. So that's one thing, and I know that Measure N has passed. So I know there's discussions about maintaining facilities and also expanding facilities. So that's one issue. The other issue is the budget. That budget is a state issue, but I know that that's something that we'll have to deal with here. So making sure that we're allocating funds in the right places will be very important. And then staffing. I saw that there will be a push to hire 200 either staff, administrators, or teachers by 25-26. So making sure that we're bringing the best stuff that we can to serve our students. One of the issues that I would tackle, and I would just use this as a best practices because, again, I'm learning and I'm gaining experience as I go. But one thing that I would do when faced with any of these issues is, one, going to our board president to make sure that I'm following communication protocols. So anytime an issue comes up, I would make sure that I'm communicating that first. Second, I would work with my constituency group, my community, to understand what their needs are. And once I understand those needs, I can formulate those and bring it to the board. From that point, I think as a board, we can deliberate together as one voice and figure out the best path forward. But one of my real passions is making sure that I'm advocating for the community's voice, making sure that that they can trust that when they're telling me things, that it's just not going in one ear and out the other, but that I'm bringing it and actually advocating for those to be considered on the board.
Thank you very much. Now please take 5 minutes to give us a closing statement.
Thank you. So I'm deeply committed to students. That's something that I've always been passionate about. I went to Pleasant Grove High School, graduated in 2010. My avid teacher, Miss Weiss, she was someone that really saw something in me. I never thought about college, and I never thought about what I would do in my career. Miss Weiss is now retired. She's worked really, really hard, but she's someone that I think about and who I want to emulate. So I'm now not Miss Weiss, but I'm Miss Knox, and I want to be able to make an impact with students. So making sure that they feel that they can be something, giving them encouragement, as well as being on this board and being a representation of something that they can do. I never thought I'd be before you as a trustee interviewee, but here I am. And I want to just, do my best to not only make my community proud, but the students proud, and my mom proud, who's a single mom, who put a lot into me to be successful and get me to where I am today. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. So we will be interviewing candidates until about 8 o'clock. So feel free to stick around or take a dinner break at any point in time. But after about 8 o'clock, we will go right into public comment and then board deliberation. And we do anticipate making a decision tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And board members, we now have we are ahead of schedule. So we have a healthy dinner break. So we will take a break from this until about 6 o'clock. So we will be back at 6. All right, let's return to order. Our next interview is Miss Delia Baldwin.
I feel like I want to come up there and shake your hand.
Welcome and thank you for joining us. So just to give you a brief rundown of what we're going to do. So this interview is going to take about 25 minutes. We have 4 questions and then an opportunity for a closing statement. Each question and the closing statement, we have about 5 minutes for you, and Ms. Ballerini will be keeping time. So with that, I will hand it off to Ms. Davis for your first question.
An effective board member requires both public meeting attendance, attendance at school events, site visits, and hours of preparation. What do you feel are the elements of a high-functioning school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board?
Thank you. And I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for allowing me to come and share a little bit about myself and how I'd love to come and serve with you all up here. So the elements of a high-functioning school board I see are 6. Clear goals and vision, having a defined mission and set of strategic goals to guide the board's activities is essential to create our shared purpose and keep us motivated to accomplish common objectives. Second, effective communication. By having open and transparent communication, the board can function more responsibly to the needs of our district. It is important for board members to feel empowered to express their ideas and concerns in the spirit of fostering collaboration and trust internally with internal and external strategic partners. Third, diverse representation. Having a variety of perspectives will enrich board discussions. Diversity, whether it's skills, backgrounds, or experiences, enables the board to approach challenges from multiple angles and find innovative solutions. 4, strong leadership. Effective leadership among board members and the superintendent is essential to collectively guide activities and reflect the mission and vision of our district and enhance our performance in reaching our outcomes. 5th, trust and respect. It is pivotal to build positive collaborative relationships based on mutual respect and dignity for each other in order to build trust and rapport, which enhances effective collaboration to achieve our goals. And 6, development and commitment to continuous improvement. Ongoing education and training for board members helps us stay informed about best practices in governance and education, which will provide for more informed decision-making. To contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board, I commit to living out these elements. The board can count on me to engage actively in meetings and discussions to help foster camaraderie and ensure an important perspective is heard. I will promote inclusivity by encouraging my fellow board members to share their perspective in addition to mine to help identify various viewpoints and ideas to strengthen our board's overall cohesion. I will support the transparent practices by advocating for open communication about decisions, challenges, and successes we can build and maintain the trust and rapport with our strategic partners to reinforce our commitment and collective goals to ensure our students reach their highest potential. I will engage in authentic relationship building with my fellow board members. It is important that we get to know each other and understand how we came to be in these roles, as we all clearly have a commitment to student success. You can count on me to commit to continuous improvement by promoting a culture of feedback and learning. In preparation for this appointment process, I researched helpful resources on the California School Board Association website to identify professional development opportunities to learn how I can be an effective school board leader. I'm excited for the opportunity to complete the foundational courses that include orientation for new trustees, effective governance, student learning and achievement in regard to policy and judicial review, fiscal responsibility with key financial concepts for new board members, and advancing budget priorities and advocacy. These foundations will support my growth, learning, and to best work collaboratively and cohesively with the current board. With a commitment to these principles and these practices, I'm confident that we can achieve a higher level of functionality and cohesiveness, ensuring better governance and ultimately enhancing educational outcomes for our community.
Thank you very much. Our second question is with Ms. Albiani.
Hi.
Hi.
Please share your experience in leadership roles and any examples of working in education generally, the community or community service, or specifically within the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Yeah, I currently serve as the City Commissioner for the Diversity and Inclusion Commission, where I have worked collaboratively with other community leaders to ensure Elk Grove is and continues to be a city for all. While serving, I have stewarded the creation of Elk Grove's land acknowledgement and supported the efforts to implement the pride flag raising at City Hall during the month of June in solidarity with LGBTQ+ pride events that take place regionally. Both achievements continue each year from their inception and are clear evidence that Elk Grove is living out its commitment to being a welcoming city for all. Additionally, as a commissioner, I help organize and volunteer the annual Multicultural Festival and other events through the Commission's Cultural Connections event series. For the past 2 seasons, the Multicultural Festival and I worked, for the past 2 seasons of the Multicultural Festival, I worked in collaboration with EG Speaks, CSD, the city staff, to create a sensory room for families to attend the festival who also need a break from the high sensory activities of the larger event. This addition to the festival enhanced the event to be more inclusive for Elk Grove residents. I also serve as a board member of EG Speaks, a grassroots community action group dedicated to supporting families with disabled loved ones and educators who are committed to special education services, thriving to support our most vulnerable community members. I'm also a mother of neurodivergent children who attend Laguna Creek High School, Elliott Ranch Elementary, and John Earhart Elementary. My children participate in mainstream education and special education, so I'm actively involved in my children's teams to ensure that they're successful in accessing their education through both 504 and IEP processes. I have served as a school site council parent to help identify the best use of funds and support the LCAP process. And finally, I am an avid sports fan of Laguna Creek High School and thoroughly enjoy engaging with and building community with the soccer and volleyball girls teams, families. And unfortunately, I am missing my daughter's playoff game tonight. They are in Merced, battling it out in their first playoffs. So it's been a while since Laguna Creek High School girls have made it to playoffs, so this is a very exciting time for them. And I have served and volunteered in my children's schools for field trips, classroom help, and school-wide activities.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini with our third question.
Ms. Baldwin, please explain your definition of the following as it pertains to your role on the Board of Education: transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability.
Thank you. In the context of being a school board trustee who is responsible for district policy and selecting and holding accountable the superintendent, transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability are absolute tenets that must be met to serve responsibly and ensure district lives out its mission of all children reaching their highest potential. Transparency is paramount as we are entrusted by our community to do what is best for all children and families who entrust their most precious humans to grow, learn, and develop. We are a significant part of the village that uplifts our future leaders and contributors to society. Therefore, the actions we take must be clearly communicated in an accessible manner to students, parents, guardians, educators, and the community at large. As I mentioned, being a village for children, we cannot do it alone. We must be intentional with our strategic partners to ensure we are fulfilling our responsibility to our community. The district is in the business of creating effective educational experiences so all children reach their highest potential, and that requires being inclusive by collaborating with leaders who are aligned in that goal. There is great value in partnering with represented leadership to better understand the full picture of the challenges our classified and certified staff face and ensure that we are investing appropriately in their quality of life and dignity as they are providing for the well-being of our students. Additionally, partnering with parents, groups, and local advocates who give voice to our most vulnerable will keep our focus broad so that we are not narrow-minded in our decision-making. Partnering with students is key because they are the best litmus test to gauge how district policy is supporting their success. Upholding equity is how we ultimately are accountable for all our students reaching their highest potential. We only need to look to history to acknowledge the devastating failures of public education on underrepresented student populations. EGUSD is not that district because it upholds firm the value of equity and inclusion, and that is lived out through the educational equity team and the district's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. We must continue to be a district that supports fair outcomes for diverse students and staff by treating them in ways that address their unique advantages and/or barriers. Finally, with accountability, we must act responsibly to address our fiscal needs to meet our district requirements. We have a fiduciary responsibility to students and families of our district, and we must meet the state requirements by utilizing resources appropriately, and I'm committed to ensuring the greater needs of our community will always take the top priority.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore, for our fourth question.
Please identify 3 issues facing the Elk Grove Unified School District and explain how you would work with the board to address one of the 3 issues.
Thank you. 3 issues I see the district facing currently include state funding from the governor's budget appears to provide one-time discretionary funds to help with rising costs and liabilities for local educational agencies. Clearly, more stable funding would be much easier to work with when planning for district needs. In addition, the wildfires have strained resources, and with the LA tax extension, state revenues will be impacted. A second issue facing the district addressing inconsistencies of school-leveled classes available in neighborhoods throughout the district for special education. Families are expected to send their children to as many as 4 different schools before they reach the 1st grade. This makes it difficult to cohesively be a part of a school community when there's no expectation of staying at that school site beyond the school year. Mainstream education provides for stable enrollment for families during the elementary years from TK to 6th grade. Personally, this has happened to our family as our youngest has attended preschool through special education, and he has been enrolled at Donner Elementary, Folks Ranch Elementary, back to Donner Elementary, and is now enrolled at John Earhart, where he is finishing kindergarten. In March, we will learn if he needs to be at a new school site for 1st grade. A third issue is adequate transportation for students, particularly for families with multiple students enrolled in elementary, middle, and high schools. As many of the schools start at the same time, it's nearly impossible for families to get their students to school on time, which drastically has an impact on student attendance. I personally experienced this as my daughter and 2 sons must be at 3 different school sites around the same time. We currently have a bus that picks up our one son at home, and then we must take our other son to the neighborhood school to catch his offload bus to his school, and then finally get our daughter to Laguna Creek High School. As a school board member, I would work collaboratively with my colleagues to review district policy to ensure that it is not causing barriers that result in challenges for families with district-provided transportation. I would request internal reports on the state of our district transportation, pinpointing any challenges that impact student attendance and to better understand the effectiveness of district transportation. I will also work collaboratively to learn how district leadership has identified transportation issues and brainstorm how to support efforts to address transportation needs, while also visiting various elementary, middle, and high schools to hear how the transportation needs are being met and learn how students' attendance may be impacted. Collecting this information will result in more informed board decisions. Finally, any board decision that leads to improvements of our transportation challenges, I would commit to sharing those out to the community through appropriate and accessible platforms.
Thank you very much. Now, please take 5 minutes for a closing statement.
Thank you. So again, thank you so much for having me tonight. This has been truly an honor. I too would never have thought that I would be in this position. So I am just very grateful to be here sharing a little bit about myself with you all. I am deeply committed to educational success of not just my children, but all children in our community. I started my career as a classroom teacher and continued my journey as an educator by supporting the first generation and low-income students achieving college success. I have taught developmental language arts courses in community college and provided and have provided student support services to CalWORK student parents enrolled in Los Rios Community College District. Though I have switched career paths to human resources with the California Department of Human Resources, I am still very committed to educational success of our students in Elk Grove. As a first-generation, low-income college graduate myself, I know firsthand the impact of having a quality educational experience, and I know that EGUSD is providing high-quality education to ensure all students reach their highest potential. I commit to contributing and supporting the mission and values of our district. My children are 15, 6, and 5 years old, so I am in this for the long term. I have no political ambition to truly want to serve our community in this role because it directly aligns with my passion to serve students to thrive and reach their fullest potential. Becoming a school board member aligns directly with my passion and commitment to our community, and I vow to work collaboratively with parents, students, advocates, school and district leaders, represented associations, for our teachers and classified staff to ensure our district invests appropriately to meet our common goals of our students succeeding in our community. I will bring a perspective that is representative of many families that make up the Laguna 4 area. I am honored to serve and be a resource that our community can rely on. I am committed to working through challenges to find solutions that are best for our students and support staff to continue to do the great work they do every day.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the time. And we will be interviewing candidates until about 8 o'clock. If you need to leave, that's fine. If you'd like to stay, but we do ask that everybody come back around 8 o'clock so that because we do anticipate making a decision tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you again. I appreciate it.
And board members, we have about 10 minutes until our next interview. All right, the board is ready for our next interview. Dr. McManus-White? Didn't think I saw her. All right, well, want to see? Oh, perfect.
I'll just keep this handy. Hello.
Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. So really quick rundown of how this is going to work. This interview should last about 25 minutes. We have 4 questions, and then there will be an opportunity for a closing statement. Each question in the closing statement, we have 5 minutes for you. And Ms. Ballerini will be keeping time. So with that, I will toss it to Ms. Davis for our first question.
Okay.
An effective board member requires both public meeting attendance at school events, site visits, and hours of preparation. What do you feel are the elements of a high-functioning school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board?
Okay. First, I want to address the meatiness of the start of that before it even gets to the question, being timely, present, site visits. And my hope is that through my application and letters that have been sent in on my behalf from community members, that is evidence that I possess those qualities and skills. So I wanted to address that first. Second of all, elements of an effective school board. Well, first of all, I want to start with my own personal motto. None of us is as smart as all of us. Something I live my life by, and something that I will bring as the foundation to this group. So with that in mind, first off, I think very important to have goals and visions as a school board member. And just like we ask our teachers to do backwards mapping, I would think that would be a good practice for board members also, to start with the end in mind. Where do we want to be? And then backtrack. How are we going to get there? What steps will be needed? Next, I think it's very important for school board members to be lifelong learners. I can only assume that we're all, in that same frame of mind about being lifelong learners, because you're here. You're devoting your time to all kinds of new elements and issues that face our students in our schools each and every day and year. Next, the qualities that I think are important are already outlined in your question number 3, where we're going to be asked to define things like transparency, accountability, equity. I feel that those are all qualities of an effective school board. And, starting with accountability. We're accountable to our community. That's who we're serving. We're accountable to one another to show up prepared, to be knowledgeable, to be asking the relevant questions involving the stakeholders. Equitable, removing the barriers that might be limiting people to share in these endeavors. So I think that's important also. So there was equity, being accountable to one another and accountable to our community. All that being said, how will I fit into this and be a cohesive member? I am a servant leader. I am not coming with my own agenda, a political agenda. I'm coming with the group's needs in mind and working together collaboratively as a group. And the group is more than just the group here. It's everyone who's here. It's all of our unions that are serving our students in so many different capacities. It's our parents, and it's our community also. So involving all of those elements will help me to be an effective and cohesive member of this group, and really relying on my background and firm belief in being a servant leader.
Thank you very much. Our second question is with Ms. Albiani.
Hi.
Please share your experience in leadership roles and any examples of working in education generally, the community or community service, or specifically within the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Okay, I'll start specifically with Elk Grove Unified School District. As you know from my application, I've had 2 children now functioning adults, great citizens, went through the Elk Grove Unified School System, and I have a grandchild who will be entering the system in about a year. So I'm fully invested in continuing my support and work with the Elk Grove Unified School District. On a professional level, I am a professor at Sac State, and I work in their single subject teaching credential program. And we have collaboratively with the other professors, 140 students in the single subject teaching credential program, and we have many placed here in Elk Grove. So I definitely have a pulse check on what's going on in the Elk Grove schools. I'm in the Elk Grove schools too because I do supervise student teachers. And as you know, site visits are a valuable resource in gleaning information, morale, a sense of teamwork, all of those things. So that's my experience specifically with Elk Grove Unified. Now, in a broader perspective, my leadership and educational background is quite varied, actually. I started as a classroom teacher, high school English for 17 years, and I reluctantly left the classroom. I was very much encouraged / pressured to leave the classroom to have more of an impact. So initially I started as a instructional coach at a large comprehensive high school with about 2,100 students, where I was responsible for tracking data, noting instructional trends, doing data walks and instructional walks with admin, leading teachers on data and instructional walks also. And then sitting down at the table, analyzing what we found, coming up with a plan of action, implementing professional development, follow-up, more data collection, more walks, more professional learning, just to really focus on the instruction at that one site. From there, I became a PAR consulting teacher within the district, and that's where I worked with struggling teachers who had received poor reviews. Again, very data-driven, what was going on in the classroom, what we were seeing, how people were feeling, and then coming up with an intensive plan to work on that teacher's instructional practices, their classroom environment, the norms, and so on. From there, my last position before I retired from my district was as an instructional specialist in the Language Development Office, where I helped to oversee 10,000 English learners. And within that role, lots and lots of hats that I wore, but the main number one responsibility was adhering to all of the state and federal regulations that go along with English learner and the specialized money that accompanies those students. Also, taking note of our dually identified students with, who are identified as special ed and as an EL, putting on district-wide trainings. There was about 40,000 students in the district and about 3,000 teachers. So putting on, series of day-long trainings, focusing in on designated ELD, integrated ELD, in language-based instructional practices. I also presented at national conferences such as California Association of Bilingual Educators, National Association of Bilingual Educators. I also built the Seal of Biliteracy program within our district. Started the first year with 60 seniors who earned this award, and when I retired, there were over 400 seniors earning this prestigious award that they can use when they're applying to colleges, scholarships, and even employment, proving that they truly are career and college ready. I also built the Pathway to Biliteracy program for the elementary students. It's not a nationally recognized award, but it shows them the pathway to the Seal of Biliteracy. Because the Seal of Biliteracy is something that can't just be started your senior year. It has to be started your freshman year, and you build towards it. So, yes, let's start it at the elementary school level. Get our kids excited. Get them into the mode of wanting to earn this distinguished award.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini has our third question.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. McManus-White, please explain your definition of the following as it pertains to your role on the Board of Education: transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability.
Okay. Can I ask for you to repeat those terms at any point?
I can repeat them right now if you'd like.
Okay.
Okay. Transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability.
Okay. All very important terms in the community setting, the education setting, and working beautifully with my philosophy of being a servant leader. So first, transparency. Like I said, I am coming with no hidden agenda, no political agenda. I've been very transparent in my application. And not only with this process, transparency is so important with all stakeholders. As I mentioned before, there are so many moving pieces to a child's education in Elk Grove Unified, from site administrators, teachers, the janitors, the secretaries, the bilingual assists, the yard duty people. Everyone plays a role. And the more transparency we can have with each of these members of our group, the more buy-in there's going to be in our common goal of working together for our students. Second, in being inclusive, we want to take down barriers that are there, that are preventing people, community members, from being involved in the school setting, actively working for our students. And, you know, some examples of that is that you do hold your board meetings online. That removes barriers for people who have transportation issues. Translation services for students, for parents who English is not their predominant language, their strongest language by chance, which there's many languages within our district. So the more inclusive, the more people feel involved and have buy-in into our shared vision. Third, equity, correct? Right. Again, goes hand in hand with being a servant leader, respecting all points of view, working for the good of the group, not for singular gains. And the last trait you mentioned? Accountability. Accountability, got it. Thank you. We have to be accountable on so many different levels. First and foremost, to the community, to those who are sending their dear children to us. We need to be responsive, answering their phone calls, answering their emails, trying to get them the answers that they want, working with them for resolutions. We have to be accountable to one another. I know that you did a lot of back work getting ready for today, reading all the letters, the applications, putting in time collaboratively. That's accountability. And like I said, one of the important foundations of this work. Could you repeat the question again? Oh, sorry, that was the last one. Okay. Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Moore has our fourth question.
Please identify 3 issues facing the Elk Grove Unified School District and explain how you would work with the board to address one of the 3 issues.
This was a tough one because there's so many, points of interest. First of all, as is evident from my application, is campus security, the security of our students getting to and from school. I just am going to mention that one. That's not the one I'm going to address because I did address it in my application. But that's definitely one at the top of my list. The second is the chronic absenteeism. I have to admit that I was surprised when I started doing my data dives into the schools within Area 4 and seeing, in general, at least a 20% chronic absenteeism rate. And actually, Joseph Sims with an improved 25%. That was the school my children attended, so I was a little sad to see that. But again, I saw that it was addressed in the LCAP. It was a goal. There's resources being put to it. I know it will be monitored. So again, that's not what I'm going to address. My third concern is that I'm going to address is that only 50% of Elk Grove Unified's English learners are showing progress. We have 10,000 English learners. That means that 5,000 students are showing no progress. And in fact, when you dig into the data, about 20% of them are losing progress, meaning they scored poorer this past year than they did the year prior. So that was alarming to me. And as I dug in deeper into our multilingual learners and the resources available to them, there were several things that I took note of. First of all, there's beautiful presentations on the webpage for multilingual learners. But when you go to the links, many of the links don't work. Or they lead you to a Google Doc that we don't have access to. That was a little concerning. It's not readily available because the link doesn't work what curriculum is used at the high school level. The curriculum that is used at the elementary level wonders, that's another topic to talk about for another day. Another area of concern with English learners in general was that at the high school level, the offerings of ELD at the high school level are quite limited. And actually, you could have a freshman come in at one of the higher ELD levels and not reclassify and still need more ELD, and there would be none available to him. They would run out of classes. So I'm wondering what would happen at that point. I was also concerned to see that English learners were mentioned on the LCAP, but they were really only mentioned as to what they were. There was no talk about the data. Am I out of time? Oh, okay, I just see some looks going on. There was no talk about the data. There was no plan of action. And so this was concerning to me. Integrated ELD was only mentioned, again, as a definition of what it was. There was no pathway to what that looked like at the high school level or at the elementary level. So I saw a lot of gaps that alerted me and got me thinking. And the beauty, though, is that these are all things that can be addressed easily with data walks, instructional walks, with admin at the site, with teachers at the site. I see that there's quite a few support staff in the multilingual office, perhaps, working with a trainer of trainer models with them, where they're trained to be doing, these data gathering and walks and then coming together with the stakeholders and coming up with a plan. It's not something that's requiring additional funds. I'm about not just investing more and more in programs, it's working with what we already have. And there are some definite language-based instructional practices that are easily implemented, site-wide, district-wide. And so that's one way that I would propose to start working with this challenge.
Thank you very much.
If I have time, I noticed there, again, was only the definition of the seal of biliteracy. There was no pathway of how Elk Grove Unified seniors can achieve this prestigious award. I was surprised by that. And there was no mention whatsoever of the pathway to biliteracy, which, as I've explained before, is a pathway to this prestigious award for our seniors. So again, notes of concern there, but again, easily addressed.
Thank you very much. And that was all of our questions. So now please take 5 minutes to give us a closing statement.
Okay. Well, I first want to say that I really believe that this practice that we've gone through here tonight is an exemplar example of what a functioning school board and community looks like. You clearly had a goal in mind that everyone has shared and you've worked collaboratively on to fill this position. That was step one. You've been very transparent with the community, with the process and the expectations. You know, that's a second high quality example right there. Third, you have been accountable to the community and to those who have applied for this position, taking the time to read the applications, the letters, to really do your homework. So you came into this prepared so that you could work together collaboratively and efficiently. So I just wanted to, point that out, that this has been a great example of how the school board works. Next, I wanted to say that, it's been an honor to have the time here to share my thoughts, my vision, my beliefs. And my hope is that I've given you several snapshots of what it would look like, sound like, feel like to work with me. In this setting, I know it's hard because I've been talking, but really I'm a very engaged listener. I'm an observer. I use my words carefully, but deliberately. Things that you can't see in this process, but again, hopefully evidenced through my application and through letters that have come in. And I just want to end with saying it would be an honor to work with you and the community and all other stakeholders to continue the good work that's already in place, because there's so much to celebrate in this district. I mean, I could make a list of all of the classes, the programs, the sporting opportunities available to our students. There's a lot of good things already there that, of course, still need effort and concern and vigilant oversight, but there's a lot of good things. But there's also, as we know, areas of concern where we can shine a light collaboratively, each with our own lens, as we work together and the community to find the best outcomes for our students who we're working for. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. We anticipate continuing interviews until about 8 o'clock. So if you do leave, please come back promptly after that. We do anticipate making a decision tonight. So
thank you
very much.
Thanks.
Board members, we have about 7 minutes until our next interview. All right, we are ready for our next interview. Next up is Mr. Ali Moa. Thank you so much for joining us. Just giving you a lay of the land before we get started. So this interview should take about 25 minutes. We have 4 questions and an opportunity for a closing statement. Each of the questions in the closing statement, you'll be given 5 minutes, and Ms. Ballerini will be keeping time for you. With that, I will hand it off to Ms. Davis for our first question.
An effective board member requires both public meeting attendance, attendance at school events, site visits, and hours of preparation. What do you feel are the elements of a high-functioning school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board?
You know, in my experience in serving on boards and working with boards, some of the key elements of a high-functioning school board would be having a common goal and vision and having a commitment to those goals and vision as a board. Would be certain to be very effective. Another element would be accountability driven, where we can focus on common policies that will improve student achievement and also staff working environment. I think is very important. Another element is collaborative relationship, and that collaborativeness has to be not only with each other, but with staff, the community, internal and external stakeholders. Which leads me to my next thing is the ability to align and sustain resources within the district. Working together to align and sustain those resources, such as whether it's professional development, community engagement, those type of ideas would be sufficient. The board would have to lead as a united team, where they would work hand in hand in showing common support with the superintendent, working together in alignment of each other. If we both have the same common goals and both on the same page and the same message going across to the community, I think that's a very effective board. And lastly, continuous team development for not only the board, but staff in the district as well. As far as what I can bring to bring cohesiveness to the board. I feel that in my personal experience, I could bring a work ethic of collaboration, also as well mutual respect. And when I say mutual respect, we're not just talking about listening to each other, but actively listening and truly understanding the opinions and perspective of each board member. And then lastly, being accountable to each other. Being accountable is more than just showing up. It's about being prepared. It's about showing respect to each other. It's about showing respect to the community and understanding that the decisions you make as a board affects the community as a whole.
Thank you very much. Ms. Albiani has our second question.
Hello. Please share your experience in leadership roles and any examples of working in education generally, the community, or community service, or specifically within the Elk Grove Unified School District.
I'll start with just some generic or standard leadership roles that I've positioned myself into as far as experience goes. I'm self-employed, small business owner. I lead a group of staff to make sure that we provide services to our community. In addition to that, I've served on many community boards, starting with the Sacramento Hmong New Year, where we host probably one of the biggest events of the year in the Sacramento County. Also developing and starting nonprofits. I've started 2 nonprofits that give back to the youth in Sacramento County. Specifically education related, I have served on school site councils at McGarvey Elementary School, in addition to also serving as an alternate to the superintendent's advisory committee as well in 2022 and 2023. My entire life, I've always believed in volunteer services, and so I've engaged myself in a lot of community services. I've developed a tree planting program in Elk Grove, and we work with Elk Grove students, giving them the opportunity to come back to the community, plant trees in the community, and having an ownership stake into the community. And I'm pleased to say we've planted over 100 trees over the last 2 years in Elk Grove alone. I've coordinated numerous blood drives with the American Red Cross in Elk Grove, and in addition, over the past 10 years, I have volunteered and dedicated my service into youth sports and trying to help out the youth as well.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini has our third question.
I want to get your last name right. Is it Mua or Moa?
Either one's fine, but Mua is the correct
Mua.
one.
Okay, I don't want to make a mistake. Okay, Mr. Mua, please explain your definition of the following as it pertains to your role on the Board of Education: transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability.
My definition of transparency is open and truthful communication with one another and also with other internal and external stakeholders. Having no hidden agenda, giving truthful opinions, and be willing to accept the opinions of others. As it relates to inclusion would, in my opinion, what that would be is making an effort to include all internal and external stakeholders, respecting and taking into account all of their opinions. What I've learned over the years in serving on boards and just working in organizations is that when you really listen to others' opinions, it can help reduce conflict, it can improve problem-solving abilities, and also enhance communication skills with each other. With equity, my definition of that is eliminating equitable practices and also ensuring that each student and staff member receive the services that they need to be successful in our district. There is no one solution to the entire district. Each student and staff member needs specific services in order to be successful. And as board members, if we collectively can give that equitable services, it'll be really important. In addition to equity, of course, the diversity, equitable, and inclusion of all stakeholders. Lastly, with accountability, as a board member, you have to make yourself available. You have to be available not just to the other board members, but to your community, to stakeholders, to always be prepared for board meetings, to be prepared for events, to be prepared to support and have conversations with your board members that can move forward in a positive direction. And then lastly, with accountability, is having open communication with internal and external stakeholders, because we are serving our community, and without having that open communication with them, we won't understand if we're doing what's right for our community or not.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore has our fourth question.
Please identify 3 issues facing the Elk Grove Unified School District and explain how you would work with the board to address one of the 3 issues.
You know, I never see things as issues. I always see them as challenges, things that we can overcome collectively. Some of the challenges that I do see that is affecting the Elk Grove Unified School District that was mentioned before is chronic absenteeism, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, with that coming up, that's an issue. Academic performance for groups. While Elk Grove Unified School District may have an overbroad, high achieving percentages, within some of those subgroups, category population is suffering and not doing well. But as far as how I would address one of these issues, whether it be chronic absenteeism, academic performance, my general policy or way to attack a challenge is, one, to develop some type of a committee or group of individuals who can first discover and analyze the data. Once we can gather and analyze the data that's causing the issue, then we can engage internally amongst each other, in addition with external stakeholders, to find out what they believe are the issues and also potential resolutions as well. Providing the data then back to the team to discuss and finding a solution. And then my third step is creating a test environment, whether that's creating a sandbox or a test environment where we can apply theories or strategies of how to resolve issues and see the outcome of those issues based on measurable goals. If we reach the measurable goals that we set out for, then the board can apply district-wide. I think that's an opportunity that I would apply in there. Measurable goals, I mentioned that. Having something that we can measure our decisions up against is important, so we would know the level of our success. And that's just not measuring the successful level of what we accomplished, but also measuring the engagement level of our community and stakeholders as well. And then lastly, and most importantly, is collectively making a decision. Oftentimes, you will find yourself feeling like you have found the answer to a solution, but it may not be the right solution as a whole. And working with your community team to come up with that collective decision is the best way to go. And so that would be the way I would approach resolving any challenges that I would be facing in the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you very much. And that is all the questions we have, so please take 5 minutes to give us a closing statement.
All right. Well, thank you all for your attention today. One of the things I've recognized and learned through my personal experience about leadership is that it's not about one person or one person that's really strong on the board, but it's more about a group of people working collectively together and achieving results together. If appointed to this vacancy, what I can assure you is that you will have my full commitment, my full respect, compassion, and collaboration in making Elk Grove Unified School District better for all students and staff that are involved. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. We anticipate continuing to interview until about 8 o'clock. So if you go anywhere, please come back by then. And we do anticipate making a decision by the end of the night. So.
Thank you.
Board members, we have about 18 minutes until our next interview. All right, we are ready for our last interview of the evening. Mr. Mark Ellis.
Good evening.
Welcome and thanks.
Fantastic, and I hope all of you are doing fantastic.
We're wonderful. It's, Anyway, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Just to give you a brief overview of how this is going to work, this interview should last about 25 minutes. We have 4 questions and an opportunity for you to give a closing statement. Each question in the closing statement, we'll give you 5 minutes to answer. Ms. Ballerini will be our timekeeper right here. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to Ms. Davis for our first question.
An effective board member requires both public meeting attendance, attendance at school events, site visits, and hours of preparation. What do you feel are the elements of a high-functioning school board, and how would you contribute to the cohesiveness of the EGUSD board?
First of all, I think that the most important element of a high-functioning board is to be able to listen. You're listening to the public, you're listening to your administration, those who support you here, you're listening to students and faculty. The old adage is that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we listen twice as much as we speak. And I firmly believe that listening is the first and foremost step to being a successful board. Secondly, I believe in honest and open communication. Let's not lie. There's going to be times of discontent on the board. There's going to be disagreement. There's not every situation is going to be full alignment. And when you're behind those chamber doors, that is your opportunity to be honest and open with each other. But you have to still do it in a respectful manner. You have to be able to, you take your turn, and then you listen, and it's someone else's turn. And you hopefully get to a position that the board can agree on. Third thing I think to be effective is to be able to prioritize. The board has to consider needs and they have to consider their wants. There's not a school district in this country that doesn't have more needs and wants than money. Okay? And being able to say, I've got X dollars and this is what I need to focus on, is we need to cover the needs first. And then if there's X minus Y left over, then we can do some of these wants. What I bring to the board is I am a known collaborator. There's a huge difference between collaboration and compromise. By definition, compromise is a lose-lose situation. I give up this if you give up that. Collaborate is I'm going to bring the best I have to the board, and I hopefully you bring the best you have as well. And if I can get on board with 75, 80% of something you want, and you can do likewise with something, we'll have a deal. I will vote for what you want, and you will vote for what I want. It's not a perfect solution, but it's better than no solution. And or it's better than a stalemate. And so what I bring is I bring a spirit of collaboration with my fellow board members.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini has our second question.
I'll do the second question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Albiani has our second question.
Okay. Please share your experience in leadership roles and any examples of working in education generally, the community or community service, or specifically within the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you. So I have a parent of 3 daughters who were students at Charles Mack, Harriet Eddy, Laguna Creek High School, the California Montessori Project, Joseph Kerr, and Cosumnes Oaks High School. Been an active parent from the time my very first daughter was in kindergarten at Charles Mack. I was the school site council chairman at that school. Over the years, I have been a volunteer parent. I've been a band parent. I was even a Girl Scout leader at one time to show some of the ultimate sacrifice of supporting the school district. We even hired the Cosumnes Oaks Jazz Ensemble at my daughter's wedding. That was a true financial commitment to this school district. Outside of the school district, I've also had other opportunities. I was asked if I'd be willing to teach in an after-school program in the Sacramento School District at Caroline Wenzel. I taught oceanography to 4th and 5th graders for an after-school program. It was a wonderful experience for them. Lastly, I want to highlight in my professional career with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, I was deployed to Iraq for a year in 2005, 2006. In addition to being the liaison officer, one of the things I did was I was also leading a program that did restoration of public infrastructure, police stations, fire stations, medical clinics, and schools. And schools was my passion there. And during the rehabilitation of these schools, we put in new doors and new windows. We provided electricity. We had running water and toilets that actually flush. Okay. And then we would actually, when these schools opened, we would go to the school. And to see the excitement on these children, you know, with their uniforms, their white shirts and blouses and navy blue jumpers and pants and the backpacks, and to see the joy on their face. For many, they were going to school for the very first time. This was a period of time after Saddam Hussein had destroyed that country and the whole infrastructure. The schools were so limited at the time that many of the parents, or many of the schools, could only send one kid to school because they were that impacted. And that the parent had to decide, what child do I send? And it's not necessarily the oldest. Oftentimes it was one that they deemed to be the smartest. They would take, and that kid would go to school, come home and teach his siblings everything that he could remember in that day. Now, that entire family of children, that entire neighborhood had the opportunity to go to school. And we did this over and over and over. And to think that I had a part of that. I was leading a program to rehabilitate these schools. There's nothing like seeing the joy on the face of a kid on his first day of school.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini has our third question.
Mr. Ellis, first, thank you for your service.
You're welcome.
That's not in the questions, but I could say that. Please explain your definition of the following as it pertains to your role on the Board of Education: transparency, inclusion, equity, and accountability.
Thank you. So, first of all, transparency. I look at transparency as being able to add clarity to an item, you know, to an issue or a concern or whatever. It is removing things like doubt and vagueness and uncertainty. If this was, you know, a court of law, you would say it's simply tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That, to me, is transparency. Don't lie. Tell it as it is. Inclusion. You probably saw in the letters of reference that I provided, I am a come one, come all person. I have no restrictions on whom I associate with. And so for me, inclusion is being able to incorporate groups of people, or in this case, students, who may be at risk of being left behind. A specific example would be inclusion could be to develop a strategy or an approach that would incorporate special needs students into a traditional classroom. I'll tell you why this is important. Is one, for that student, he has got a label on him from other students, but now he's being included, or she is now being included. That boosts that individual student's self-esteem tremendously, that he is not, or she is not, in a special class or a special program. They are in a mainstream classroom. And it does volumes for them to actually progress because they're not being pigeonholed and labeled as a special needs student. So to me, that inclusion is important. Equity is, to me, being able to treat people fairly. I just mentioned labels. I would rather have somebody, when I think of equity, I want a person to be described by their character. I want somebody, if they were to describe me, I want them to say, Mark is an honest individual. He's kind. He's a hard worker. He has a sense of humor. I don't want them to say, well, he's short, he's got blue eyes, and he's handsome. That's not what I'm looking for. See, I think we need to focus on an individual's character and to be non-judgmental when it comes to equity. I think that diversity, inclusion, equity, and accessibility lead us to a sense of belonging. And lastly, with accountability. Accountability is being able to acknowledge and own your own actions. Whether it's good, bad, or ugly, you own it. There's also a sense of timeliness with accountability. Accountability isn't something that happens a month after the fact. You can also, with accountability, say up front, I'm going to put this out there, and if you've got a problem with it, I'm the guy. I own this. And so I see that as accountability.
Thank you very much. Ms. Moore has our fourth question.
Please identify 3 issues facing the Elk Grove Unified School District and explain how you would work with the board to address one of the 3 issues.
Okay. I think I've focused on some of the same things that some of the other candidates, but one thing I do want to bring up as an issue is sources of funding. I'm not going to talk about the budget, but sources of funding. The school district receives federal funds, state funds, county funds, a variety of funds. And oftentimes, these funds have strings attached to them. And it is the board's opportunity to be able to figure out how to enact policies and programs that are able to conform within the boundaries and the constraints of what those strings might be. And that's a challenge. I recognize that's a challenge for them. A second issue that I think faces the board is some of the statistics, high school graduation rates, truancy rates, and I won't belabor those. But lastly, the one I really want to focus on is literacy. At the last board meeting or previous board meeting, there was a group of individuals who got up and talked about third grade literacy and the metrics there. Less than half of the students in this school district are at par in third grade. And why that is important is that in up to third grade, students learn basically by listening to a teacher. In fourth grade, they have to start to read on their own, understand material. Their homework is based on their reading. I have a friend, she teaches fifth grade. She has a student, 10 years old, who said, I can't read fifth grade. I can't read fourth grade. I can barely read. Why am I in this classroom? And, you know, and he was concerned at 10 years old, recognized that there's going to be a problem if they continue to do this. So I think that the district has to figure out programs that can help raise the level of literacy in third grade. It has to be one of the major focuses is on reading. And because that is what is going to set that student up for success in future grades.
Thank you very much. So that is all the questions we have. So if you'd like to take 5 minutes to give us a closing statement.
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to thank you guys all for giving me the opportunity to be a trustee on the board. I think about the word trustee or trust. And trustee defined, one of the definitions of a trustee in Webster's is a person in which something is entrusted. That seems very simplistic, doesn't it? But what the board is entrusted with, and not so simple, is the education of children. The board has to be able to follow, there's federal and state laws, there's the Code of Education. You have to be able to execute the curriculum for grade-specific children, those things. We've talked about opportunities for all. We've talked about inclusion of all. We've talked about equity of all. We've talked about the love of all. We've talked about non-judgment of all. But I don't want these just to be discussion topics. I don't want them to be a concept. I want these to be actions in the Elk Grove School District. I believe that those things are what is the embodiment of this school district board. In 2017, I returned from yet another tour after 15 months in Afghanistan. And I got home 2 days before Thanksgiving. And a week later, I was asked to leave again to the Northern California wildfires, which many of you remember in And so I was the resident engineer up there in Ukiah for the cleanup effort on Mendocino and Lake counties. One day a journalist went out in the field with me, and at the end of the day he said, you wear many hats. He said, you are an engineer, you are a planner, you're a lawyer, you're a grief counselor, and you're a missionary. And that last item really caught my attention, and I asked him about why did he say missionary? And he said, I watched you go from trailer to trailer on an empty lot and knock on doors. You don't know who they are, and yet you greeted every one of them with an enthusiastic smile and asked how they were doing. These people would invite you in, and they would tell you their story about their loss. They would give you a glass of lemonade or iced tea. Many of them cried. Most of them gave you a hug and said, thank you for your work. I say that not to pat myself on the back, but I say that to illustrate what kind of a person, what kind of worker I am. When I accept an assignment to go and do, that's what I do. And if I am chosen to be a member of this board, I will go and do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please stick around. We anticipate making a decision tonight. All right, so we have, I believe we told folks that we anticipate public comment starting at 8 o'clock. And so we are going to break until then, just to make sure that everybody who is interested in public comment will have the opportunity to get here and fill out a blue card. So if you are here for public comment, please remember to fill out a blue card, and you can hand it to either Lisa at the end right here or the superintendent up here, and we will make sure to call you for public comment. So, thank you very much. All right, let's bring it back. So it is now 8 o'clock. If anybody out there has a blue card that they have not turned in, now is the time. All right, perfect. Then we have all the blue cards we are going to accept. So some quick information on public comment. During special board meetings, the public may make public comment on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. This is me introducing the item. So we're clear. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. So we have over 20 blue cards, so that means public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. And with that, I think we are ready to go. So, Ms. Ballerini, take it away.
Okay, first up, I have Kirk Thompson, and on deck, Charlotte.
I didn't know any of these people that showed up today. I don't live in the area, and so I had no idea who any of them were. So I came here today. I just wanted to get a feel for them as people. And for those of you that are still here, I want to thank you for putting your name up. It's a scary thing. It can be a scary thing. Even a regular job interview, much less a public one, can be a scary thing. So I appreciate you guys doing this and taking the time. What I came up here to say is that what I was really looking for was just authenticity. We had several people that came in very prepared. Some people maybe a little less prepared, but a little bit more kind of off the cuff, and that's all great. But what I was looking for mostly is this somebody that if they were representing me in my area, would I feel comfortable emailing them, talking to them, pulling them aside during a meeting, something like that. That's what I was looking for as basically an outsider in some respects. And the person that demonstrated that the most to me was Mark Ellis. Like I said, I don't really know anybody that went up, but he was the one that stood out the most for me in this process and in the interviews. So I'm here just to put my full support behind Mark Ellis. I really think he'd make a great board member and a valuable asset to your guys' team. Thank you.
Okay, I have Charlotte next, and then Rhett Pinnell.
I too have to agree that that's tough to interview in public. I think every one of them had a great quality about them. I thought that was very good. It's basically, many of the things that we have talked about in school board meetings, language facilities, especially this last election showed that constituents changed due to wanting change. So 2 incumbents were kicked out or not voted for. My big concern is the time management. I'm looking at some of their issues, their work. I think it's great that they want to do it, but I don't see many of them having the time to take to fill this position. Again, just big thing, accountability towards the public. I think there needs to be better teaching support for school sites. And the common goal, everyone should be working together, especially with all the staff. So I feel that many of them will work with the staff. I believe that. But we need a person who is willing to go and do what is needed for the children, the staff, and the community. And I recommend Mark Ellis. Thank you.
Okay, I have Rhett Pinnell, and next up, Denise Gaidos, or Gatos.
Okay, I want to thank everybody who came and applied. I think that takes a lot for you to do. I want somebody who's going to be real and honest, not be afraid to say how they feel, even though everybody else might say no, but still be strong enough to voice their opinion. And I think that one of the things, they said something about visiting sites. I hope they can really visit the sites, because I've been volunteering, I haven't seen anybody there yet that I know of. They could have. And also to be there for the individual child, the child who really needs help so that nobody can be left behind. And also to have time to talk to the teachers, because the teachers really know what's going on, not the principal or the vice principal. Teachers are with the children every day. And I want somebody who will listen to the teachers about the children, because the children are the most important aspect. Each child is an individual, and you can't clump them all together, say, oh, everybody in this group, because this program is good. That's not true. You know, each child is an individual, and I work with individual children to help catch them up because they're behind. And I think that's important for whoever's going to be on the school board to be there for the individual child. We are all different. We all learn differently, and we all have our special strengths. So I think that is important. And I liked what Mark had to say. I felt like he was real and he was very honest, and I appreciate that.
Okay, Denise, and then Heather Mason, I think, or Masson? One of the two?
Hello, trustees. Thank you for having us all here. And I am here in support of my friend of more than 25 years, Dr. Anita White. And she is has been a good friend of mine for over 25 years. And as I live in Area 4, where she lives as well, and I raised my daughter there. We went through Elk Grove Unified School District, and I know that Anita will fill a void. She's a passionate mom, grandma, teacher, educator, and she'll inject passion into the board that is needed in today's educational climate. I am the past president of Laguna Sunrise Rotary Club, and Anita has been a big supporter of our fundraisers. She's a supporter of all the community events that happen in Elk Grove, and she's lived in Elk Grove for I don't know how many years, but the thing that stands out the most to me about Anita is that ever since I got to know her 20 plus years ago, she has always been so passionate about the students that came into her classroom. And she cared not only as an educator, but she was compassionate about their needs, whether it be a meal or clothes or something that she would give basically the clothes off her back to help other students. And I know in being a trustee that she would put that same passion into being on the board. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Is my time up? Oh,
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I just appreciate the time. Thank you.
Okay. Oop. There we go. I have Heather and then Angela Spies.
Good evening, President Vargas and trustees. Thank you for having us here tonight. My name is Heather Masson, and I am here to recommend Dr. Anita White for District 4. I am a resident of Elk Grove. My children went through all the schools in this district, and I'm a neighbor and friend of Anita's. I would love to see her represent our area. She's a mother, a grandmother, and a business owner in the community, and she's committed to helping children and has a great passion for education. She's also active at the college level, which I think would serve to support our Elk Grove students. I think she'd make a great addition to the Elk Grove Board District, and thank you.
Okay, I've got Angela and Tella Suds is after that.
Good evening, and Superintendent Hoffman, President Vargas, and trustees. Hats off to you. Number one, I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate your service to our city and all you do. I am here to tell you that I am a proud resident of Elk Grove for the last 40 years. My husband and I moved back here, and we are involved as Rotarians, Elk Grove Chamber members. I am also serving as our Casona CSD president at the moment. I came to put a face to the name to the letter recommendation for Dr. Anita White as well. I met Dr. Anita White back 10 years ago, as I know her as Anita, through Rotary, of Laguna Sunrise Rotary as well. We served on different projects and fundraisers. Her passion for youth is always top of mind. She's very involved and cares about our residents. Our sons went to school together. I know that she cares deeply about each individual person and them being successful. I'll keep this brief, and I know she understands what it is to be a servant leader. I think she's a great listener. She'd make a great addition to your board. Thank you for your time. I know you have a big decision tonight, and thank you again for your service.
Okay, I have Tella Suds, and after that, Brian.
Cool. Well, good evening, board members. As someone who's kind of sat here with y'all, I like to say we've all been here for quite some time, and it was kind of cool watching all of this. Next to that, as someone who is from Elk Grove and who's been through the entire process from elementary school all the way to high school at Valley, middle school at Toby, elementary school at Stone Lake, and now at college at University of the Pacific, and have served on boards myself. This has been a pretty cool process to witness, and just be a pretty cool process to be in the space. A lot of y'all don't know me, don't know y'all. Just being transparent. But nonetheless, I'd like to find out, what way can a student serve on this board? In what capacity?
So we have student board members. So our student board member is not here tonight, but every year we select a student board member to serve on this board.
Okay. And then when you say every year you select a student to serve on this board, what role is a trustee? Because everybody was talking about Area 4. I guess I'm from that area because I grew up in Laguna as well. So I guess I'm from Area 4. Are you talking about as trustee, or are you talking about
as a trustee? They're elected by the students at each school. There's a process to elect and then there's a committee of the board that selects them, and then the board votes the person on.
Okay. And this is high school, or is this college students who are making the selections? Okay. So a college student would have to go visit high schools and go talk to students. Is that the process you're saying?
I can have somebody follow through the whole, because actually it's open right now. We're in the middle of doing the process. So I can have one of our folks, Mr. Schweitzer, who's a superintendent for secondary education. He can take you through the whole process.
Okay, sounds good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Brian, and after that, Jency Ferraro.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for gathering here today.
I'm honored to speak on the behalf of a remarkable individual who is seeking to become a board member of our schools, Delia Baldwin. With a heart full of passion for education, vision grounded in the needs of our students, she is the candidate who truly embodies what is the means of advocating for the schools. I've had the pleasure of knowing Delia for 9 years. Out of those 9 years, married for 5. And if we're in the classroom, community events, during school sporting events, she has consistently demonstrated a commitment for our children's education. She understands that our schools are more than just buildings, they are a heart of our community. One of Delia's most admirable qualities is her ability to listen and collaborate with diverse groups, from teachers to parents to students. She approaches discussions with an open mind and a genuine desire to understand all perspectives, which is a crucial role for the school board. I have seen her facilitate constructive dialogue that led to actionable solutions, making her a natural leader and advocate for our communities and educational needs. Let me share a quick story. Last month, I was deployed in Southern California to help fight the fires and wildland fires. That was a challenging mission. It lasted for 21 days. During that time, my thoughts were with my family, but my heart was grateful for the remarkable support I had at home with my wife Delia. While I was away, she took care of our 3 children, managed them, getting them to school, helping them with the homework, and cheering for them with their sporting events. Not to mention our 2 dogs also needed love and attention also. She navigated all these responsibilities with great grace, and that's all I have to say. All right.
That's it. Sorry, your time is up. All right, I have Jency Ferraro and Amanda Scott.
Good evening. I just want to thank second or third or however many times we've said it, but thank you for doing this process. It's been very inclusive of the community, and I truly appreciate all the effort that's going into filling this seat. I am also here tonight that was a hard thing to follow, but Delia has been a tremendous asset to my personal life and my community. And the biggest thing that I am hoping that you are seeking out in the person to fill this seat is a connector. She has done a tremendous job of connecting my family, families that we are building community with other members of the community that can possibly help us. If she wasn't the one, she helped us find the person. And I am also so very grateful for how inclusive she is to all children. There's no agenda. It's just to make sure that every child has a chance to thrive. I'm grateful she's come into my life, and I am grateful that she has the opportunity to possibly represent our students and our families on the school board. So thank you.
Okay, Amanda is up, and I have Dawn Abalon next.
Good evening. I'm a parent of students here in Elk Grove Unified School District and a community organizer, and I'm here to speak in support of a candidate I feel has the qualities and the skills that you are seeking and that the community, I think, really needs at this time. I recommend Delia Baldwin for the vacant trustee position. I have had the privilege of working alongside of and collaborating with Delia on community events and issues that impact disabled community members, especially disabled youth. Delia has both professional and lived experience that I believe would be highly valuable to our school board. She is an incredible colleague and ally with values that are unwavering. She would provide representation on this board for families with students that receive special education services. Her passion for student success and equity is essential for this board. With her experience in human resources, I believe she will also be a valuable contributor to higher level decision making in the best interests of educators and staff in addition to students. Delia has proven to be a trusted public servant across many settings. I hope that you will strongly consider her as the next trustee for Area 4. Thank you.
Okay, I have Dawn, and next up, Judy Brush.
Hello, my name is Don Abalon. I am here in support of Mrs. Delia Baldwin for the Area 4 trustee vacancy. On the EGUSD school board, Mrs. Baldwin is an extraordinary candidate for this role. She is very caring towards me and my peers. She is very passionate to see children grow and be the best they could be. She is the best supporter and very passionate about seeing children thriving, reaching for their goals, whether it's in academics or in sports. She is also a wonderful advocate for disabled children. With her experience, she knows how to be loving and nurturing at the same time, help disabled children to reach their goals as well. I am very confident that she will be a great leader to our community, and I strongly encourage you to pick her as a leader for our community as our next 4 trustee.
Okay, we have Judy Brush, and next up, Cheryl Hun.
Well, thank you all for listening to our comments. I'm here to endorse Delia Baldwin to become a trustee on your board. I've known Delia for over 10 years since she first came to the Sacramento area, where we worked together. And during that work, I saw her passion for the students, I saw her amazing work ethic, and I saw how the rest of the staff really respected her. I'm fortunate enough to have become her friend after we were colleagues, and I've had the opportunity to watch her raise her 3 children with grace and encourage their education, and it's been a wonderful thing to see. I've also become proud of the fact that she's become such a involved member of the community with her volunteer work and things like Student Site Council. And I think that those are all wonderful qualities that would make her a great trustee, and I hope you'll consider her for that. Thank you.
Okay, I have Cheryl up, and Choi Chow, I believe, next.
Good evening, President Vargas and trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Cheryl Hune. I'm a 35-year resident of the city of Elk Grove, and I currently reside in Area 4. Both of my daughters attended Elk Grove Unified School District schools from elementary school through high school. And I'm here tonight to express my support for Dr. Anita White as our Area 4 trustee. I believe Dr. White's long career in education, her experience as a City of Elk Grove business owner, her community involvement makes her the perfect person for our Area 4 representative. I believe Dr. White will work with you, with our teachers, with our district staff, with our parents to ensure that each and every one of our children in our school district will receive a quality education and a positive school experience. And again, I just wanted to request that you appoint Dr. Anita White as our Area 4 trustee. Thank you.
Okay, I have Choi, and next up, Dustin Noble.
How are you today, board members? My name is Choi. I am here in support of my friend Delia Baldwin. She's the candidate for the volunteer position for Area 4. I have had the privilege of being around Delia and have seen her firsthand deep commitment to educational success, especially creating an inclusive and supportive environment for neurodivergent students. Delia has a wealth of experience that uniquely qualifies her for this role. She has served as a school site council parent representative at Elizabeth Pinkerton Middle School from 2021 to 2023, where she demonstrated an exceptional ability to collaborate with school staff, parents, and students to advocate for her meaningful change. Her passion for neurodivergent inclusivity is not just theoretical, but grounded in her professional and personal experiences as a parent. She is a tireless advocate for expanding acceptance, resources, and support for neurodivergent children in the educational system. With 16 years of experience in education, Delia has worked in multiple departments, including a secondary classroom teacher, college outreach and success coordinator, and a college instructor in developmental education. Her diverse background in both K through 12 education enables her to bring a holistic perspective to the table, understanding the needs of students at various levels of their academic journey. Her dedication to student success extends far beyond the classroom. As someone who is deeply invested in students and services in higher education, Delia knows the importance of equal opportunities for all students, particularly those who face unique challenges. She is passionate about leveraging her experience to advocate for policies that promote neurodivergent inclusivity and ensure that all students are given the tools that they need to strive. What truly sets Delia apart is her genuine enthusiasm to serve her community. She is eager to bring her perspective as both a parent and an educator to the school board, ensuring that all voices and all families are heard from the schools of places where every student feels valued and supported. I wholeheartedly believe that Delia would be a valuable asset to the EGUSD school board. Thank you. My name is Choi.
Okay, Dustin Noble is up, and then I have Nick Wooten next.
Thank you so much, board members. I'm here in support of Delia Baldwin. I have had the pleasure of working with her numerous times in my work in this community, with the city, with the Multicultural Festival, seeing her advocate for students with disabilities, seeing her passion and her drive and the qualities that she would bring to this board. You all know what I'm passionate about. I'm also passionate about seeing a diverse board. I am passionate about someone that can look through an inclusive lens and advocate for the most vulnerable. We're in a very uncertain political climate, with things being raised about federal funds being cut, the Department of Education, things that are funding IDEA. Those are things that impact my community greatly. And I know that with things changing on a dime these days, I need someone on this board in conjunction with all of you that is going to continue to fight for these things and the most vulnerable, to ensure that these things do not go to the wayside. And that can be very difficult. And I understand the challenge that comes with that, especially when we're talking about money. But I know Delia personally, and I know that she would continue to fight and advocate for my community. And that is why I am humbly asking you all to consider her for this trustee position. Thank you.
Okay, I have Nick Wooten and Rachel Brownsey.
Good evening, board members. My name is Nick Wooten, and I'll be actually reading a statement from Chairman Jesus Tarango, Chairman of Wilton Rancheria, and first partner Reina Tarango. Chairman says, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my wife, Reina Tarango's, and my shared appreciation and support for Ms. Delia Baldwin's candidacy for Area 4 school board member. As a citizen and current leader of Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe, I feel it is my duty to emphasize the importance of placing someone on the board who possesses the intention, commitment, and knowledge needed to nurture and guide the future leaders of tomorrow. This is deeply personal to me, as the policies, oversight, and decisions made by this board will directly impact our tribe's children, including my own. With several of our children attending EGUSD schools, it is essential that decisions reflect our combined and shared histories. After reviewing the candidates and reflecting on the current makeup of the board, it is hard not to question how well the board represents one of the most diverse cities in the nation. The lack of representation is even more glaring when we consider that our schools serve a student body that is 30% Asian and 28% Hispanic or Latino. Representation matters. Without it, the needs and concerns of underrepresented communities risk being overlooked, dismissed, or neglected, a reality my people have experienced all too often. Our support for Ms. Baldwin is born from her extensive experience as an educator and her commitments to all children, especially those whose needs are often ignored. Since meeting Ms. Baldwin, we have seen her firsthand dedication to advocating for neurodivergent children and ensuring parents receive the support they need to navigate complex systems like 504 plans and IEPs. Equity in education has always been paramount in her work. Ms. Baldwin's values and experience make her an outstanding choice for the Area 4 school board. She embodies the kind of leadership that can help ensure every child, regardless of their background or abilities, has the opportunity to succeed. Thank you.
Okay, I have Rachel, and after that, I have Keaton.
Good morning, everyone. Or, excuse me. Good evening, everyone. It is getting late. It is getting late. Thank you for hearing my comments, board and the public. My name is Rachel Brownsey. I'm here in support of Delia Baldwin for trustee. You've all received my comment letter. And I want to emphasize that I have witnessed firsthand the energy and passion that Delia brings to supporting her family, friends, and community. I met Delia when she first moved to Sacramento and took her first Sacramento job in education working at St. Hope Schools. From there, Delia has had a productive journey in many different aspects of education, from being a classroom teacher in secondary education in secondary education and at the community college level, to serving in volunteer roles, including Sacramento Site Council Parent Representative at Elizabeth Pinkerton Middle School, and for the City of Elk Grove's Diversity and Inclusion Commissioner. Through all of these experiences, I've seen Delia handle complicated, stressful situations with pragmatism and positivity, focusing on solutions that are fair and inclusive. Thank you.
Okay, Keaton, and after that, I have Maya.
Start whenever. Good evening, everyone. My name is Keaton Liu, and I'm a student at Cosumnes Oaks High School. I am grateful to be here in support of Delia Baldwin. Miss Delia is a personal role model of mine who serves as a strong leader in our community. I know Miss Delia genuinely cares about students, because she consistently encourages me and my peers to work hard and achieve our goals, always offering her support and guidance. As a student, I am confident that Miss Delia will be a great leader for our community and strongly encourage you to select her as our next Area 4 trustee. Thank you.
Okay, I have Maya, and Eva is after that.
Good evening. My name is Maya Graham. I'm a student at Cosumnes Oaks High School. I'm honored to speak today in support of Delia Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin is a dedicated and inspiring leader in our community. She consistently encourages students like myself to work diligently and to pursue our goals with determination. Mrs. Baldwin challenges us to grow, step out of our comfort zones, and strive for excellence, knowing that we are capable of more than we believe sometimes. She genuinely cares about our success and is always kind and caring, as well as welcoming. I have personally experienced her kindness through the way she always makes time to listen, uplifts those around her, and offers her support at all times. If I am ever in need of a helping hand, I know I can reach out to Mrs. Baldwin and she'll be there for me. She would do anything possible to make sure that I'm okay and to offer her support. I'm confident that Delia Baldwin will be an incredible Area 4 trustee. Her leadership, genuine care, and dedication for our community make her an ideal candidate for the role. I encourage you to support her, knowing she will continue to inspire and uplift all those that are around her. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Eva, and then we have Mindy after that.
Good evening, trustees. Thank you for your time and dedication to our students. I stand before you today as a member of this community, suggesting you our standard of choosing a school board trustee. That is, the trustee needs to prioritize what should be the core mission of our schools, academic achievement. Every decision made by this board should be centered around one critical question: will this improve our students' learning? Resources should be directed towards evidence-based instructional strategies, high-quality teachers, and rigorous curriculum standards that challenge and inspire our students. We also need accountability. We must measure progress, analyze outcomes, and ensure that interventions are effective. Transparency in academic performance and a commitment to continuous improvement are essential. However, lowering academic standard to let every student to get an A is cheating. Is absolutely not acceptable. Supporting college admission based on DEI, not merit, is also not acceptable. We would support a trustee who has a genuine heart in students, who has been a teacher, a parent in Elk Grove School District, and who knows the system well. We do not need big names, big titles, no matter what ethnicity you are, which political group endorse you. Our students' future depends on the quality of education they receive today. Let us ensure that our schools are places where every child is equipped with the knowledge and skill they need to succeed. And the candidate that we support today is Anita White. Thank you.
Okay, I have Mindy, and last up I have Kara Sims.
Good evening. Thank you for this process. I'm here tonight to express my thought on the candidate for the school board position. It is important for us as a parent to focus on qualifications that directly serve our children's education. We are looking for a candidate who is a parent or a grandparent who know what our parents expect our kids learn from school. That is quality education in academic and sports. We are not interested in any candidate with professional titles or political experience. What matters most is that the candidate should be commitment to our children's quality education. The candidate should willing to listen parents' voices. The candidate has ability to make student-centered decisions. Professional titles and political experience means nothing if decisions are not made in the best interest of our kids. A school board member should not use this position as a stepping stone for their political ambitions. Because school board is not a political platform, it is a space for those who are truly dedicated to our community education. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
All right, Kara, you are last up.
Oh, wow, I'm last? Okay. Hi, my name is Kara Sims. I actually don't live in Elk Grove, but I am a behavior analyst, and I've served the Elk Grove community for the last 11 years. I do frequent schools to collaborate with the neurodivergent population. I've had the pleasure of working with Delia Baldwin for probably almost 3 years now. We've sat through quite a few collaborative meetings together with teachers. We sat through IEP meetings. And if I had to describe her, I would say she is somebody who is committed to progress, individual children's progress. She's somebody that I can call and like, hey, do you know of anything, like any resources in this area? So she's definitely very involved in her community. She's willing to participate in anything and just does it to the best of her ability. Definitely someone who is open, pays really close attention to detail, and is just here for the people that she serves. And this is actually my first board meeting, so thank you. This has been very enlightening. I do think that in addition to all the qualities that you guys are looking for someone to serve on this board, you also want somebody that has a voice, somebody that stands for something. So I think that you will find that in Delia Baldwin. Thank you.
That's it.
All right. Thank you very much. Before we move on to board consideration, I want to take the opportunity to say thank you so very much to all of the candidates. We do not make this process easy for you. That is intentional. We are incredibly thankful for all that you do for the district and all that you do for our community. It does not go unnoticed. And so, again, thank you all so much for being a part of this process and for your dedication to our community and this district. We really, really appreciate it. And, you know, regardless of what happens, we look forward to continuing to work with all of you in the future. And to the members of the public who spoke, who sent in all of those letters, many, many, many letters that we read, thank you so much for your engagement. This is an incredibly important process. This is a process like our board elections. This is a process that only happens once every 2 to 4 years. And so it is incredibly important and incredibly valuable that you are as engaged as you have been in this process. So we thank you very much for your support and feedback, and support of these candidates. It does not go unnoticed. So thank you very much. Let's see. So before we get to board consideration, I do want to give board members a couple of minutes to collect their thoughts, write down any last notes they need before we move on to that. So we will take 4 minutes and we'll come back at 8:45, ready to discuss.
Right now, I have a new resolve for.
All right, everybody, let's bring it back. All right. So now we are going to move into the final stage of this process, which is the board deliberation. So to go over again what that is going to look like. So now each board member will be given an opportunity to identify candidates that stood out to them and explain their reasons. Board members may also use this time to explain the considerations and the qualities they are looking for in a future board member. No motions will be taken during this initial time. Once every board member has had an opportunity to speak, board members will be asked to identify their top 3 candidates. A ranking sheet has been provided to each board member to assist them with identifying their top 3 candidates. Once every board member has identified their top 3, the board will engage in an open-ended discussion, during which time the board president will accept motions, and votes may be taken until such time as one candidate receives 4 votes in favor of their appointment. Once any motion receives 4 votes in favor, the discussion will end, and that candidate will be sworn in as the new trustee for Area 4. All right, so with that, we will start discussion with Ms. Albiani.
Me. I can't thank the people who came enough. Standing at the podium and putting yourself out there just shows what a commitment you have to children. The things you said, every single one of you have spoken to parts of my heart, parts of the reason I sit here. You are servants to our community, and I just can't thank you enough. This is not a fun part of the job. This is very hard, and I don't want anyone to feel judged or a little less than others. I came here with a very clear idea of what I wanted, and it's based on my past. A very important part for me of who was going to come and serve on our board next is a parent that has children in our school district right now. And I currently do not, and I have, and I feel that leads a lens that is very unique when you serve on the board. And we currently only have 2 members that have children in the school district right now. And I think that's a missing piece we have up here. And so that was very important to me. That wasn't the only consideration for me, but I will say that was very important to me. I appreciated people who spoke to the idea of governance. We are in a governance role. There are organizations we work with, CSBA, and learning our role better and doing our best way to work as a group that allows us to be successful. And so I appreciated any mentions of governance. I appreciated the value of DEI that came through in many of the candidates. The beauty of Elk Grove is our diversity was stated. I think nationally DEI is under attack, and I believe it's misrepresented often. And what DEI means to the people on this board and our city is very dear to who we are as a city. And I think we value that very highly. As a board, we valued it. We have put money behind it. We have done training on it. And I believe we need people that agree with that. And I truly didn't feel like anybody didn't, but that's a very important message for me to hear from the people that were here. I appreciated people who mentioned the LCAP. They understand the process and the challenges of the budgets we have. And our budgets have to be put out for 3 years, yet are not guaranteed with money and those decisions that have to be made. I appreciated people that talked about every part of our organization. We do not run the school district. We are the leaders of our school district and the importance of us being in our community and being with community. But our teachers are on the front line, and our paraeducators and our custodians and our school secretaries and the people that all do that work. So I appreciated people who recognize that. And so that being said, that's sharing some of my thoughts when I was listening to people. And I really felt 2 people stood out for me. So I'm going to go ahead and Delia and Bryce were the 2 that stood out to me. I hope you accept me using your first names. So that was where my two stood out, and those were some of the reasons I came to that conclusion.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini, would you like to take it as our number 2?
Sure. First off, I want to, did all the students leave already? Darn it. No, there's maybe some back there. I just want to say, students getting involved in this type of thing is wonderful. I'm so excited to see it. When I ran for this position, how long ago? 2 months ago? 3 months ago? My grandkids went out with me, and their friends were like, what's going on? Why is your grandma doing this? It's a way to see them get civically involved that I never thought would even happen. So, Delia, kudos to you for being so involved in their lives. That's just awesome. Everyone, don't we have 7 positions? No. It's hard. I especially enjoyed Miss Knox. You're a graduate of our schools. That was wonderful for you to come back and want to be a part of this. And I think continue on with what you're doing, because you're on the right road. Heck, I'm here at 66, so you got time. Let's just put it that way. Everybody else, I really appreciate it. Mr. Ellis, I very much felt your heart. My husband's retired Coast Guard, so I know how it is to be gone for long periods of time and to go places and help with things that you never thought you'd see, and then they come home and deal with it. It's not an easy thing. Let's see. All of you had so many wonderful characteristics. It's really hard to limit it. I just am not sure what to do about that, except that I have to do something. So this is it. Okay. I'm going to do top 4, because I can't just do top 2. Delia Baldwin, Dr. Geigel, Dr. McManus-White, and Mark Ellis are my top 4. That does not mean that the others that I didn't mention were not wonderful and all of that. There are a lot of other volunteer things that you can do here in the district if you're thinking about it. We've got Measure M, Measure N. There's all kinds of citizens oversight committees. Don't give up. If you've got the fire in you that you want to be a part of it, we would love to have you at whatever level you're willing to come in. And that is me. Thank you.
Excellent. Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I'd like to echo some of the thoughts that my colleagues shared. I would like to thank all the community members that came out tonight and shared public comments, all the letters that came in, and most of all, thank the candidates that came out tonight, because I know that is really putting yourself out there. I think this process was that we held this process very professionally, and it was a transparent process, and that's what I wanted, because it was an appointment. I wanted the community to be involved as much as possible, and so I appreciate the subcommittee and their work, and that all 7 candidates were put through tonight, so they all had an opportunity, and then that the community had an opportunity, to see their applications, to hear their interviews, and then to make public comment if they wanted to. So I'm appreciative of that process. My focus coming into tonight, and as I read applications and letters, emails that came in, listening to public comment, and then the interviews, my focus is, as a parent, that we have individuals on the board who care about all parent voices, who care about transparency with parents, and then another really important focus is a candidate that is focused on high quality instruction. And I feel that we are getting away from that sometimes by trying to put our hands in so many different programs that we are not always keeping the focus on a quality education, preparing our kids for college. And that was indicated in some of the numbers that were shared in the interviews. There's a lot of things that we can do better so that our kids are are prepared for college or career, and also so they are successful. Literacy was mentioned. That's something that we really need to focus on so that our kids can be successful. If our kids can't read, they can't be successful. So we need to get back to the basics with some things. Another focus that was mentioned is English learners, and that, you know, that's one of the student populations that we do need to address. We've talked about that before, and you know, in our LCAPs and in other conversations. So with those things being said, the top three candidates that I have are number 1, Anita McManus White, number 2, Mark Ellis, and number 3, Keisha Knox. And just briefly, some of the reasons that, you want me to share my reasons now or later? Okay. So with Miss McManus White, I was very impressed. First of all, she's a longtime community member, and that's important to me. She raised 2 kids in the school district, and she's now a grandparent. And then hearing from people within her own area about her character and her service to the community, that's very important to me. I really appreciated her wide variety of experience in education, and not only as a classroom teacher, but she helped students and staff. And throughout her applications, she also mentioned the importance of including parents for student success. And we know that when you include parents for student success, that they statistically they are more successful. And so I think that's important. She has, like I mentioned, before as a priority for our district is supporting English language learners. And that is a strength that she has, an experience that she has. And she spoke to ways that she, that we can improve in that. And I agree with her. So I appreciate her experience with that. I like how she said that she had no political agenda. She mentioned, that she wants to be accountable to parents and that parents are sending their precious children to school, which is true. And we need individuals who recognize that and who want to be transparent and supportive of all parents. Another important thing was that she supported campus safety and security, and that is very important, as we've seen recently. That is becoming more of a concern to parents that I hear often, and so we need to have a candidate that recognizes that. And then also she is a business owner in the community, which I believe shows that, just another level of her care and involvement in the community. With Mark Ellis, I just really appreciated that one of the first things he said is that he wants to listen to the public. And that is so important to me because before I was elected, I was a parent and I did not feel that I was listened to. And that's part of the reason I ran for school board. And so I appreciated that he said he wanted to listen to the public because that's why we're here. We're here to serve the public and serve our constituents. I like that he's a longtime resident of Elk Grove School Board, or Elk Grove City, and served in multiple capacities with students, and has a serving heart. And then I like how in his definition of equity he mentioned the importance of judging people by their character and not being judgmental, and making sure everyone belongs. And I love that definition. And then, of course, he focused on literacy as one of the things that we need to focus on, and I agree. We need to focus on literacy and get back to a focus on our student success in basic things like literacy. And then with Keisha, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, but I just really appreciated that she talked a lot about community, and I felt that I connected with her because I felt that she wanted to listen to the community and be transparent, and that she was here to serve. And she also had various experiences in education and mentoring students. When she talked about equity, she talked about listening to all groups, which I think is very important, and I appreciated that. And again, she talked about listening to constituents. So those are, I do appreciate everyone that came out, and everyone, as Ms. Albiani said, everyone said something that was important, and you know, you all took your time and much effort to be here, and so I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Davis.
I too want to thank everybody who come out, and I've shared with my board members that if I had to do it this way, I don't know if I would be here today. I think the campaign was a lot easier than what you guys had to deal with today. I had a hard time making the decision of 3, so I'm actually going to put 4 names forward. People in education was big for me right now. We have a lot of members on the board that come from various walks of life, but education wasn't one of those other than us being involved and working within it some. So the names that I'm putting forward is Bryce. I think his background in education is great. I think his family has brought him a good understanding of diversity and what our families face out there. I do worry about the time commitment. I know as a principal what that commitment is at a school, being a school secretary, but he assures us he's able to do that. I'm also putting Delia forward. SPED is a special interest of mine, having a child that was in special education. The diversity piece was big for me, and your HR background will also help us also. I'm also going to put Amy Tong forward. I think moving forward in the future, her background in AI and in technology will bring something to the table that a lot of us are lacking. At 63, I'm not great at technology, and I don't got my 13-year-old grandson to help teach me it at the meetings. My last one I'm putting forward is Mark Ellis. Even though he doesn't have a background in education, being a military child, I know what it takes for the people who leave home and go do that work and come back. It takes a lot of dedication and commitment to others, not yourself. I liked his literacy, his willingness to have honest discussions, and I liked his come one, come all. It's kind of how I live my life. So I don't mean to complicate it anymore by putting 4 forward, but those will be my choices.
Yeah, and for now, for this part of the process, as many as you want, but eventually we do need to start narrowing. I think so. I think kind of what you've seen already from my colleagues is how difficult this decision is going to be. I think most of the candidates have now been named. I would agree with my colleagues who observed that every candidate had something to say that resonated with me, and I remember as I was initially reading the applications, I had a thought in my head that these are going to be the ones that, I would support, and these ones over here, like they're just not ready, or there's something else, and just not. And then as the letters came in and as the interviews went on, things changed. Everybody said something that sort of made me rethink. So this has been a really interesting process, going through this. So just to kind of talk about some of the priorities I had and what I was looking for, first I was looking for a commitment to the district, and, not just the district, but also a community service mindset, somebody who is active in the community, active in the district is ideal. But if not active in the district, I want to see that they're doing things around town. I want to see that they're engaged. I want to see that they're sitting on a board or commission or something, because, first and foremost, obviously we serve students, but this is a labor of love. This is something you have to be committed to it. It is a public service. And so that is something that I'm looking for in a candidate, is that mindset, that understanding that what we do is a public service. Second, I'm I'm a dork. I'm a nerd. I love education policy. And so I was looking for somebody with knowledge of education policy. One of the things that I was really sad about when my colleague, Nancy, things change. When my colleague Nancy stepped away, is really losing that perspective, that knowledge base that she had, her expertise in, and not just education policy, but also budget and state policy, and all of those things that she really brought wrapped in one. And so I had my eye out for somebody who could fill that role, who could provide a lot of that, that information to us. And so that's something that I was looking for. I was also looking for somebody who would have a perspective that was both salient in the district, so something that's important, so like Ms. Albiani, a parent, for example, but also a perspective that we don't necessarily have on the board already, right? Because there are a lot of perspectives out there, there are a lot of different people, a lot of different groups out there, and we can only represent so much. And so this is really an opportunity for us to look around the table and say, okay, who is not here, whose voice is not being heard, and we have the opportunity to be inclusive in this moment in a way where in elections, the public makes those decisions for us, and that is entirely within the public's discretion to decide who sits on this board. But we now have an opportunity to look around and say, okay, how can we be a little bit better? How can we bring in new voices? And so that was important to me as well. And then the last thing I was looking for was I wanted to hear a commitment to all students. That for me is foundational to what we do. It's one thing to talk about all of the, all of the service things that you're doing, all of the wonderful things that you're doing. We all have lives outside of this. But the candidates who are constantly bringing it back to students, bringing it back to education, bringing it back to our campuses, that's what I was looking for, because that's what we do here. That's the ball game. So. Okay, having said that, I will also take this opportunity to, lift up 4 names, and then we will narrow as we go. But the 4 people I wanted to lift up, first, Ms. Baldwin. She's a parent in the district. She brings that education background, experience as a teacher, the training, having a master's in education. I have one too, so I know that is not easy to do, and also, speaks to her ability to gather knowledge, and have that information at hand. I thought, something that came through in her application and in a lot of the letters was a compassion. It was tangible for people. They could feel that she was compassionate, not just towards students, but towards other people, towards other parents, towards other volunteers. And the fact that kept coming up over and over and over and over again, even in the letters that were not form letters, that to me was huge, and that's one of the things that I think is really important. The fact that she's very involved, both in the city and in the school district, which is not an easy thing to do. And then the last point I'll make on that one, on Ms. Baldwin, is I think that special education perspective is so important to what we do right now. It is a perspective that, unfortunately, Mr. Carmen Forcina had that perspective on the board before as somebody who worked with students with special needs for a long time. And when he moved on from the board, we did lose a little bit of that. And so seeing someone with a special education background and understanding really, I think, would add a lot, would add a perspective to this board that would be very, very valuable. The next person who stood out to me was Miss Amy Tong. I think she is a recent former parent in the district. One of the things that really stood out to me was her knowledge of budget and state level issues. Those are things we deal with on a regular basis. Again, that was something that Nancy brought when she was on the board, and something that I was very sad to lose. And so that's something that stood out to me, from her. And I think that she would bring a lot to our board governance if she was on the board. And I think it's interesting because I wish I could take like 3 or 4 of these candidates and just squish them together, because I think each of them brings something really interesting. And the thing that really stood out to me from Ms. Tong's application was really this idea that she would be great at governance. She would really be good at this. The budget, the LCAP, the things that require an eye toward detail, and also the things that we do on the dais, the policy work. I think she would be excellent at, and that would be a real contribution to the board. I also appreciated that a lot of her work was statewide, but she also had a lot of local work as well. So that was important. And then I also agree, Mr. Geigel, Dr. Geigel, again, parent. One of the things that I think we do a really good job of as a district is valuing an outside perspective, that we want people to not just, we love our Elk Grove people, like don't get me wrong, we love our Elk Grove people, but there is a value, I think we see a value in somebody having experience outside of Elk Grove as well, and then being able to bring that to us so that it makes us better as a district. And so that was one thing that I really appreciated about him, is that he brings the educator perspective, but brings it from another area. And I think that perspective, if combined with ours, would make us better. It would give us things, areas to improve. It would give us a broader perspective on the things that we do. And so I think that would be wonderful. I also appreciated that he just hammered home over and over and over this, the idea of being student-centered. That really resonated with me. He repeated it all, a number of times. I have it just in my notes, just on that column. That commitment to all students is just filled in with, the things that he was saying, and I loved that. And his definition of equity, each child receiving what they need, is basically my definition of equity. And so I thought he was just wonderful. He was one of the ones where, before the meeting, I definitely identified him as somebody to keep an eye on. And then, his interview really just blew me away. So, and then the last one, is Miss McManus-White. I think, Dr. McManus-White, yes. And I think, again, a lot of it has already been said by others who spoke about her, but the community involvement is just amazing, right? She's very clearly been deeply involved in the community for a long time. That really comes out in her application and in the letters. And so that was really important to me. I think the perspective of business owner would add a lot to this board. I think that it is a perspective that we don't have on the board, and a perspective that we could benefit from. And then she talked about educators a lot, and I agree. Her perspective on English language learners would add a lot to this board. So, with that, so anything else? Otherwise, I think we are ready. All right. So I am now going to force my colleagues, including myself, to narrow ourselves down to 3. So I'm going to give everybody 30 seconds, a minute, and then I'm just going to go down the line, and you have to give me no more than 3. And that's how we're going to narrow this down. All right? So let's take 1 minute, and then we're going to do it. Okay, Ms. Davis, I need 3 names.
Bryce, Amy, and Delia.
All right. In that order or just those three? Okay, so not ordered. No, less than 3. I'm just waiting for the screen to update. See, we have it behind us. All right. Miss Albiani. Gonna stick with your two? All right. Miss Ballerini.
Okay, I'm going to go with Bryce, Delia, and Anita.
Okay. Ms. Moore, any changes? Gonna stick with your 3. All right.
Thank you.
Great. Oh, making it difficult for me. All right. I'm gonna go with Miss Baldwin, Miss Tong, and Dr. Geigel. All right, so it looks like we had 2 pretty clearly rise to the top, Dr. Geigel and Ms. Baldwin. So with that information now, I will open it up to the board. This is an opportunity to continue to discuss. I will accept motions if anybody would like to make one. And as a reminder, we need 4 votes in favor. Even though there are 5 of us, we need 4 votes in favor to appoint someone to this seat. So would anybody like to start our discussion? Don't everybody jump up at once.
I'll say something.
Right.
Just to follow up on Miss White's her experience, I just think that she presented as the most well-rounded candidate for the things I was looking at as a former parent, a longtime Elk Grove resident, a grandparent to an incoming EGUSD student, a business owner, and then her extensive experience in education and serving not only students but staff, and then also connecting with parents. And then, as I mentioned, her experience with English language learners is something that I think would be very valuable to us.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Albiani?
This is very hard. These are 2 excellent people, and I don't think we could lose. We're either way. It's going to be great. So when I listen to other people speaking and try to take into consideration some ideas and some more things that were said, I do appreciate Ms. Baldwin's passion for the special ed children, a mother of a 504 child. I believe that's a unique lens to bring to our board. That and then it is equally countered with someone who has so much experience in the education and expertise world. So I'm not sure I needed to talk because I've been pretty solid on those 2 from the start. But I'd be very interested in hearing more thoughts from anybody else before we entertain a motion.
Okay. Ms. Davis, Ms. Ballerini? Ms. Ballerini?
Okay. So one thing that concerned me from when I read all the applications, and I kept going back and forth with them over the weekend and this week, is Dr. Geigel is a principal in another district entirely. Like you said, he could bring some things to us, but I wonder about availability of time. Principal at a high school, and I know Davis High School is very active. I don't know how he's going to have the time to come to our schools and visit our schools and do all the things we expect him to do as a board member. And there are, one thing that is kind of mentioned in the questions, but not fully, is that once a month we have an all-day workshop meeting that I'm not sure how he'd be able to come to that, because I think they kind of need a principal at Davis. That's my concern there. And as far as Delia goes, yes, I read all the letters, and she definitely has clear goals and vision. I really like the way, this is, all right, you're going to find out some of our weirdness is here. He's a geek, and I really like the way you clearly and concisely said your 6 things you're making an effective board member. I like the way you numbered them, you put them down, you like that, I don't know, that really did it for me. I thought that was a very effective way to put it forward. How you feel, and I appreciate all of the things that you do for the community. And my grandson, well, they're actually both on the spectrum. We just haven't gotten one of identified yet. And so I have that coming forward too. They're not my children, but they're my grandchildren. And as one of them said the other day, Grandma, we spend about half of the day at school, about a quarter of the day with you, and we only see our parents for about a quarter of the day. And I thought, wow, that's so true. And so many kids, that's what happens. They're lucky I feel they're lucky to have a grandma to be able to come home to. It's just, we're lucky that they have a good experience at school. We want them to feel good about going to school. And I think that your work with EG Speaks also, I really admire that, because that group has really kind of been a very big information gatherer for me. I've been able to talk to them about quite a few things. I've gone to some of their meetings that they've had and learned a lot. I just like the way you were concise in your answers, but I still got the feeling that you know what you're doing. That's my 2 cents worth. There you go.
Ms. Albiani?
It seems like we have one of those meetings every month, but we really don't, I promise.
There's a few times a year.
3.
They feel like every month because we did it in January, and we're doing one in March, but it's 4. I think it's 4 a year that are during the day.
But it's a valid point. But I also think he did speak to it when he came, and one of the letters of recommendation was from his own superintendent, board member. So, but it is a valid concern. I also.
Ms. Davis.
I too, as I expressed earlier, have that concern of time management, but I also have that same concern with Ms. Tong. Both you guys are doing amazing things, and you're spread pretty thin out there. Delia, you as well. One thing that impressed me out of these 3 was the one that had students come speak for them. They need to have a voice in this process too. And Delia was the only one that did have students, as well as parents and coworkers, come speak. Going back to the statement that was made by our gentleman who was speaking for our tribe, our board does need to reflect our community. Right now it doesn't. And I think Delia would bring a big piece of that to the board and a voice to the people who aren't being heard at that point. But like I said, all 3 are amazing candidates. It's a really hard decision here.
Well, I will entertain a motion if anybody would like to. Seems like we have sort of coalesced. At least have an idea. Anybody?
Motion.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to appoint Anita McManus White.
Motion is on the table to appoint Dr. Anita McManus White. Is there a second? Unfortunately, motion fails for lack of a second. Thank you. Anybody else like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Delia Baldwin.
Motion is to appoint Delia Baldwin to the position of trustee for Area 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Ballerini, second by Ms. Albiani. Any additional discussion, feedback? All right, then we will move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Oh, wait, no, we need to do a roll call. Excuse me. See, I put down my script for 2 seconds.
I'm here, I was on
At what I'm doing. All right, excuse me. We will have a roll call vote. All right, so starting. Ms. Moore, how do you vote?
No.
Ms. Ballerini?
Yes.
Ms. Albiani?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
And I am a yes. There being 4 votes in favor, Miss Delia Baldwin is appointed to the position of trustee for Area 4. All right, so congratulations to Ms. Baldwin. You have been selected to fill the provisional vacancy on the school board for trustee Area 4, and will now be sworn in by.
Need to hit Bryce up to come here.
Chris, would you like to take it? Ms. Baldwin, you can either be sworn in by Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Hoffman, or myself. It's up to you. Got to give him something to do.
In advance, right? Just to be prepared.
I try to keep people. So
I, Delia Baldwin,
there we go. Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and that I take this obligation freely
And I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose or evasion.
and that I will well
And I will well
and faithfully discharge the duties
and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Gotta bring family to do a photo or anything else?
Yeah, that'd be great.
All right. With that, we are adjourned at 9:30 p.m.